Good morning. Do we have any preliminary matters before we have the jury? Yes, sure. All right, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, your next witness.
Good morning, Your Honor. Plaintiff calls Tara Roberts.
All right, let's see if we can get her on here. Nice. Miss Roberts, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Miss Roberts? Miss Roberts? I can see you. Excuse me? Yeah, you can bring them in. See if she's on mute or not. She's right there. Oh. Can you hear me, Ms. Roberts?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. We can't see her on the big screen. Just do a split screen so we can start, please. All right. Go ahead and ask your questions. Go ahead. It's the best we're going to do right now.
Okay. Good morning. Would you please state your name for the record?
Tarly Roberts.
Ms. Roberts, how do you know Johnny Depp?
I manage his island in the Exuma Keys in the Bahamas for the past 15 years.
Ms. Roberts, where do you live?
I live on the island, and I have a home in Nassau and in Long Island, the Bahamas, which I try to get to as frequently as possible.
Can you please describe Mr. Depp's private island generally?
My duties on the private island would be to maintain the island, the buildings, the houses, logistics, not included or limited to provisioning fuel, gas, groceries, just day-to-day operations, staff, and kind of like an estate just in the middle of nowhere.
Okay. Your Honor, I would like to pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 49, which has previously been submitted into evidence.
Okay.
And Mr. Gibson, if you could play this, and Your Honor, if we could publish this to the jury. Thank you. We can take that down. Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what is shown in that video?
Yes, that's Johnny's house on the island.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gibson, can you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 348? And this hasn't been submitted into evidence yet, so let's first just play that for Ms. Roberts.
All right.
Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what is shown in that video?
Yeah, that's his house and closet area.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to, plaintiff moves to admit this into evidence.
All right, 348 in evidence. Do you wish to have it published?
Yes, can we please publish
Okay.
that to the jury? And Mr. Gibson, once it's published, if we could play that again.
Court of Fairfax County is now set. You have opinion as to why you
All right, good morning. Do we have any preliminary matters before we have the jury? Yes, sure.
And Ms. Roberts, what is that doorway with the beads that was just shown in that video?
That's the entrance to the closet
Okay, thank you. We can take that down.
in his house.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, I believe you mentioned that you manage staff on the island. How many people work with you on the island?
Myself and three others is Jason Major, goes by CJ, Stephen Farrow, and Rico Major.
Is this, I believe the witness is not being shown to the jury right now on their screens. Thank you.
The witness. There you go.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, how are you compensated for your work on the island?
I receive a monthly salary.
Other than this monthly salary, what other sources of income do you have?
I get dividends and rental from family properties and businesses that we have.
Since you've been working for Mr. Depp, how often have you seen him?
On average, 2-3 times a year. Sometimes it was longer, more visits. Sometimes I didn't see him for a period of time, depending on what his schedule was or what was happening on the island.
And how would you describe your interactions with Mr. Depp?
The island was a very family atmosphere, dinners together. He was very social, funny, humorous, very kind with all of us, and very outgoing.
All right. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and
Enjoyed
gentlemen.
working
Next witness.
for him.
When you first started working on Mr. Depp's island, who would come down to the island?
Calls Tara Roberts.
All right.
At the beginning, it was Vanessa and the children.
Objection.
When he started
Relevance.
All right. Hold on a minute, ma'am. Objection.
Relevance.
It goes to
Ms. Roberts, can you hear me?
Just Ms. Roberts' knowledge of who came down to the island with
We
Mr.
can
Depp.
move forward. Next question.
Okay. Ms. Roberts.
Can you hear me, Ms. Roberts?
Well, Ms. Roberts, are you aware if Mr. Depp brought, or how often did Mr. Depp bring guests with him to the island?
He had
Ms. Roberts?
guests. He would bring Amber and Amber with her friends, and also I had, on one of the occasions, I had Paul Bettany and his wife and his children here on one of the trips.
And when did the Bettneys come down to the island?
Yeah, you bring them in.
Sometime in the summer of
she's on
July
mute now.
2013.
What happened when the Bettneys came down?
It was a normal trip. We had an incident where I was asked to have Amber leave the island. I scheduled a flight for her to leave to go to Florida that morning, and then that afternoon I was told to bring her back, and I arranged for a flight for her to come back that afternoon to the island.
When did you first meet Ms. Heard?
I believe it was shortly after they started dating.
Can you hear me, Ms. Roberts?
What was your impression of Ms. Heard
Yes,
when
I
you first
can.
met her?
Okay, great. Can you raise your right hand for me?
Objection.
Oh, they were very much in love.
Do you swear affirm
Relevance?
to tell the truth under penalty of law?
I was right.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I do.
Next question. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Go ahead. I think Ms. Berthoff withdrew her objection.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so Ms. Roberts, you can answer. What was your impression of Ms. Heard when you first met her?
We can't see her on the big screen.
Oh, they were very nice, a couple in love. She cooked for him, cleaned up. They took care of each other. They were a very happy couple.
When, if at all, did that change?
With each visit, it changed. More of it was more not like an island life anymore. It was more of wines and more requests, simple things, toiletries, to have things here in place before they came, or she came as well. So it, luggage changed. We got more and more luggage. Just things evolved and kind of mushroomed a bit.
How often would you see Ms. Heard on the island when she was in a relationship with Mr. Depp?
I would, on average, every day, taking meals, cleaning houses,
Go ahead and
sometimes
answer your
more.
question. Go ahead.
And how often would Ms. Heard
That's
come
what we
down
do
to the
right now.
island? Okay. Good morning. Would you please state your name for the record?
At the beginning, probably the same 2 or 3 times a
Harley
year,
Roberts.
sometimes 3 times with her friends and family.
Ms.
and-
Roberts,
and
how do you know
Johnny.
Johnny Depp?
I managed
During
his
your
island
interactions with
in the
Ms.
Extreme
Heard,
Keys in the
what,
Bahamas
if
for the
any,
past
changes
15
did you
years.
observe of Ms. Heard? Ms. Roberts, where do you live?
I live on the island, and I have a taking home care in of Nassau the cooking, the and in meals. Long We Island, had Bahamas, then which I tried had to get a chef as come frequently to as cook. possible. It was more of
Can you please
formal
describe
island,
Mr. Depp's
with
private
chefs and
island generally?
housekeepers and things like that. Changed. My duties and, on the private island would be pretty much to maintain the
Ms. Roberts, were you on the island in
the buildings,
August
the houses,
2014 for Mr. Depp's
logistics,
detox?
not included or limited to, yes, I was. Provisioning fuel.
Who else was on the island?
Gas, groceries. I flew to Nassau and operations met, staff, Johnny, Amber, and kind of like an estate, just in the middle of nowhere. Flew them back to the island, and then a couple of.
Your Honor, I would like to pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 49, which has previously been submitted into evidence.
Okay.
Ms. Roberts, I believe you froze there for a second. I heard you say Johnny, Amber, and Deb, and then you were cut off for a second.
A couple of days into, a
And
couple of days
Mr.
later, Dr. Kipper
Gibson,
arrived.
if you could play this, and Your Honor, if you could publish this to the jury. What do you recall about that time that Mr. Depp came down to the island in August 2014?
That he was going to be here. They were going to be here for an extended period of time, at least a month or longer, and so we provisioned for a month for the trip. And after about a week or 2, they left.
Where was Mr. Depp staying for the detox?
In his house.
Is that the same house that was just shown in those videos earlier? Ms. Roberts, do you recognize
Yes,
what
it
is
was.
shown in that video? How
Yes,
often would you
that's
see
Johnny's
Mr.
house
Depp when he was on the
island.
island for the detox? Okay, thank you. Mr. Gibson, can you please pull up
I
Plaintiff's
was
Exhibit
every
348?
day, but not face to face.
And this hasn't been submitted into
just
evidence
from
yet, so let's
delivering,
first just play that for Ms. Roberts.
replenishing the house, delivering supplies, waters, and things like that, linens, and changing things out. So glimpsing him, not a conversation as it used to be.
How was Mr. Depp when you saw him?
He was always asleep on the couch.
Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what is shown in that video?
Yeah, that's his house.
While
and-
Ms. Heard was
and,
on the island
closet
for the
area.
detox, what, if any, injuries did you observe on Ms. Heard? Your Honor, I'd like to, plaintiff moves to admit this into evidence.
I
All right,
didn't-
348
I
in
didn't
evidence.
see anything.
Do you wish to have it published?
Yes, can we please publish
Okay.
that? After Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard left the island, what happened next? That again.
We would go into the house and break it down, empty out the refrigerators, change the linens, collect the laundry, straighten the house back up again.
After they left, what, if any, property
And
damage
Ms.
did you
Roberts,
observe? What is that doorway with the beads that was just shown
There
in that
wasn't
video?
any. That's the entrance to the closet.
Ms. Roberts, to what extent were you involved in Mr.
In his
Depp and
house.
Mrs. Heard's wedding in February 2015 on the island?
Um,
Ms. Roberts, I believe you
pretty
mentioned
much
that
all
you
aspects
manage
of it,
staff on the island.
logistics,
How many people work with you
work
on the
permits,
island?
Getting things set up onto the island. Myself and,
to the
and
island
three others
staff,
is Jason Major goes by
provisions,
CJ, Stephen Farrow, and Rico Major. Building of the tents and organizing transportation of guests to and
I
from the
believe
island.
the witness is not being shown to the jury right now. When did you first hear that Mr. Depp and
their
Ms. Heard were
screens.
getting married on the island?
Objection calls for hearsay and relevance.
What's the relevance of when she heard?
I can move on.
Okay,
Thank
next
you.
question.
What Ms. Roberts, how are you
communications, if any,
compensated
did you
for your
have
work
with
on the
Ms. Heard
island?
about
The wedding.
I receive a monthly salary.
Other
we
than
were
this
given,
monthly salary, what other sources of income do you have?
information on a schedule. To
I
better
get,
help me dividends and
and
rental from
provisioning
family
of
properties
what
and
would
businesses
be,
that we have
on
on the island, beverages and food and
Since
things
you've
like
been
that.
working for Mr.
we were
Depp,
given
how
a
often have you seen
schedule
him?
for daily.
Things
On
were,
average, 2-3
happening
times a
each day.
year. Sometimes it was
what time
longer.
foods were, when people were
more
coming in, how
visits,
many people would be at
sometimes I didn't
meals,
see him for a
just so
period
we
of
had a
time,
better
depending
idea
on
of
what his schedule was
planning
or
of
what
was
was happening
happening.
on the island. It was detailed.
And how would you describe
It
your
was
interactions with Mr.
what was
Depp?
happening each day the island was a
then
very
it was,
family
the
atmosphere.
rehearsal
night, dinners
and there would
together.
be, you know,
Very
the schedule,
social.
it would be dinner, dancing,
funny,
drugs,
humorous,
music, and then the
very
wedding.
kind with all
we
of
were
us,
very,
and very outgoing. Conscious about doing the
I
wedding.
enjoyed
The next
working with
day,
him
we were
for
doing
him.
the wedding, the ceremony.
When you
and
first
we
started working on
were
Mr. Depp's
specific on
island, who would
time.
come down to the
Privacy was
island?
very important. We
were
at the
very
beginning,
careful
it was
of people taking
Vanessa and
pictures.
the
I think
children.
everybody was
Objection,
when he started
relevance.
taking
All right,
disposable
hold on a
cameras
minute, ma'am.
and asked us to
Objection.
take pictures.
Relevance.
I was concerned
goes
about that
to,
also, but we were doing the
just
ceremony.
Ms. Roberts'
at,
knowledge of who came down
sunset.
to the island
We
with
can
Mr.
move
Depp.
There
forward.
really
Next
wouldn't
question.
be issue with
Ms.
paparazzi
Roberts,
people and things like that.
Ms. Roberts, are you
shortly
aware if
when
Mr.
the
Depp
ceremony
brought,
was about to
or how
happen,
often did
it
Mr.
actually
Depp bring
happened
guests with him
earlier
to the island?
than it was scheduled. The bridal party and Amber showed up
he
early,
had,
and we were still scrambling for flowers.
guests,
and
he would bring Amber and-
setting
and
up
Amber
and getting
friends,
beverages,
and,
also I had on one of the occasions,
snacks
I had
down
told
there,
Becky
and
his
there
wife
was
and
a
his children
plane
circling
here
overhead
on one of the
and,
trips.
it would just
And
kept
when
on
did the
circling and
Bettneys come
circling
down to the
and taking
island?
pictures, and the ceremony proceeded earlier. Sometime in the
within,
summer of July
was scheduled.
2013.
What happened when the Bettneys came down? Did you
down?
observe Mr. Depp drinking alcohol at the wedding?
Objection, lady.
It was a normal
I'll
trip.
sustain the objection.
We had an incident where I was asked to have Amber leave the island. I scheduled a flight for her
Ms.
to leave
Roberts,
to go to
as part of
Florida
the
that morning,
provisioning
and then
for
that
the wedding,
afternoon,
did
I
you,
was told to bring her
order
back, and I
alcohol for the
arranged
wedding?
a flight for her to
Objection,
come back
lady.
that afternoon to the island.
When did
Ms.
you first
Roberts,
meet
what
Ms.
did you
Heard? Order for the wedding in February 2015?
I believe it was shortly after they started dating. I was given a list of
What was your
food,
impression of Ms. Heard when you first met
I
her?
was given a list of beverages for wine, champagne.
Objection.
Oh, they were very much in love.
Relevance.
Had Dr.
okay, go ahead.
Pepper and
Next question.
sugar-free Red Bull here, because at that time that was what
I think Ms. Bardhoff
Mr.
withdraw
Depp
her
or
objection.
Johnny was drinking.
Okay, so
Dr.
Ms. Roberts, you
Pepper
can
and
answer. What was your
sugar-free Red
first?
Bull.
What was your impression of Ms. Heard when you first met her? Okay.
They were
Did you
very
observe
nice,
Ms.
a couple
Heard
in
drinking
love.
alcohol at the
They-
wedding?
She cooked for him.
Objection, leading.
Cleaned up.
Sustained.
They took care of each other. They were.
Who did you
a
observe
very happy
drinking
couple.
alcohol at the wedding? When, if at all, did that change?
Pretty much everybody was drinking. With and, each and visit, doing shots and it celebrating. changed. It was a party.
More of
it was more, not, like an island life.
Ms.
anymore.
Roberts,
It
I'd
was
like to
more of,
discuss with you when
wines
Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were on the
more
island in December
requests,
2015.
simple
Who
things,
came down to the
toiletries,
island with them?
To have things here in place before they came, or she came as well.
I flew to
So
Nassau.
it,
to meet
luggage
them, which
changed.
is
We got more and
what I
more
normally
luggage.
do.
I mean, just things
I meet-
evolved and kind of mushroomed
himself,
Johnny, and
mushroomed
and
a bit.
whoever comes to the island, I fly to Nassau to meet them.
How
just to
often
make
would you
sure
see
that the
Ms. Heard on
transition
the
is
island
smooth
when
with
she was in a
customs and
relationship with
immigration.
Mr. Depp?
So I flew to Nassau and I met Johnny, Amber, his children.
On average,
and
every day,
a friend of theirs,
taking
the
meals,
children,
cleaning houses,
and load the
sometimes
luggage
more.
onto the caravan.
And how often would
plane,
Ms. Heard
and
come
we
down to
boarded
the
plane
island?
And came to the island. And a
The-
couple of
the
days
beginning,
into
probably
the
the same
trip,
3
times a
times.
year, Alice and
sometimes 3 times with her friends
Greg
and
and
family.
Alice's
and
3 children and a nanny came to the island as well.
During your interactions with
Who are
Ms.
Alice and
Heard,
Greg?
what, if any, changes did you observe of Ms. Heard?
Alice is a clothes designer, and Greg was her partner.
the-
I believe
the-
he's a photographer. Taking care of the cooking the meals.
When did you first
then
interact
had
with
a
Ms.
chef
Heard
come
when
to
she
cook.
came to the island in
It was
December
more of
2015?
it was more of a formal island.
At the
with
airport,
chefs
when
and
I flew to
housekeepers and
Nassau
things like
to
that,
meet everybody when they come
changed.
down off the plane,
And
there's hugs and kisses and chatting for
pretty much
a couple
that.
minutes while the luggage is transferred.
Ms. Roberts,
How
were you on
close
the
were you to Ms.
island in
Heard?
August 2014 for Mr. Depp's detox?
Close hug, kiss.
Yes, I was.
How are you? Talk.
Who else was
sing
on the
to
island?
Everybody. So face to face.
I flew to
cheek cheek.
Nassau and met.
What, if any, makeup
Johnny,
did you observe Ms. Heard
Amber,
wearing when you
and
first interacted
Deb.
with her?
I flew them back to the island, and then a couple. I don't recall if she was or was not wearing makeup. If she wore makeup, it was very natural.
Ms. Roberts, I believe you froze there for
I
a second. I heard
don't
you
think
say
often
Johnny,
she
Amber,
wore
and
makeup on
Deb,
the
and then
island.
you were cut off for a second.
I don't recall her wearing
A
makeup.
couple of days later, Dr. Kipper
What, if
arrived.
any, injuries did you notice on Ms. Heard?
I didn't notice any.
Ms. Roberts, you mentioned that. What do you
Gregory, a
recall about that
photographer,
time
came
that
to the
Mr.
island
Depp came
during
down
that
to the island in
time?
August 2014?
Um,
How often did you observe Gregory on the island?
That he
I
was going
interacted
to
every
be here.
day, 'cause,
They were going to be
meals
here
went
for an extended
down
period of
and-
time,
and-
at least a month or longer.
and changing the sheets and cleaning
And
the
so we
room.
provisioned for a month
So
for
I
the
see
trip.
everybody every day.
And
there.
after about a week or two.
And when you saw him,
they
what
left.
was he doing? Where was Mr. Depp staying
Um,
for the detox?
They were doing. There was a
In-
photo shoot
in his
on
house?
the island.
Is that the
Amber
same
was
house
wearing
that was just shown in
Amber
those
was wearing
videos earlier?
Alice's clothes, and they were doing a photo shoot.
Yes,
on
it
the
was.
beach, and Greg was taking pictures.
How often would you see Mr. Depp when he was on the island for the detox? What, if anything, do you remember about that particular time that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard
every
came down
day,
to the
but
island?
not face to face. Just
from
we
delivering,
had there
some
was a replenishing the house, delivering
incident
between Johnny and
supplies,
Amber, waters and things
here
like that,
during that
linens
trip.
and changing things out. So glimpsing him,
Okay,
not
can you
not
please
a
describe that
conversation as it used to be.
How was Mr. Depp when you saw him?
On the evening, we kind of called it a night. Dinner was finished.
He was always
we
asleep on the
wrapped everything
couch.
Up down here at the staff area in the kitchen. Myself and CJ came to the office.
While Ms. Heard
later
was on the
evening,
island for the
and Johnny
detox,
was,
what, if any, injuries did you
in
observe
the
on Ms.
office
Heard?
up here, and he was agitated.
I didn't-
kind of walking back.
I
and
didn't
forth.
see anything.
I'd asked him if he needed anything because I figured I wasn't
After
sure why
Mr. Depp
he was
and
up
Ms.
here to
Heard
get
left
something or
the
was looking for
island,
something,
what happened
which wouldn't be
next?
unusual for people to come up here.
We would go into
so
the house
he was
and
here
and,
talk for a couple minutes,
break it
the three
down,
of us, and
empty out the
a couple
refrigerators
minutes later,
later, collect the
Amber,
laundry,
straighten the house back
came
up
into
again. into the office with
After they
into
left,
the office and
what,
we
if
were-
any, property
the three of
damage
us
did you
were in the
observe?
office, and Amber came in and she was
There wasn't any.
asking him to telling him to come back to the house.
Ms. Roberts, to
please
what
come back,
extent
I'm
were you
sorry, come
involved
back.
in Mr. Depp and Mrs. Heard's wedding in
and,
February
he
2015 on the island?
stood here reluctant to go.
pretty much all
didn't wanna
aspects
go.
of it, logistics,
and
work
little
permits,
exchange back and
getting
forth,
things set up
onto
he
the island.
left
to
the
the
office
island
and got
staff,
into his vehicle and started it up, and
provisions.
Amber went outside.
And
building
stood
of
in front of
the-
the vehicle,
the tents
and
so that-
organizing transportation of
Didn't drive
guests
away,
to and
she
from
was
the
standing-
island. Amber was standing in front of it. And
When did you first hear that
again,
Mr.
it
Depp and
was-
Ms.
she
Heard
was
were getting
asking
married
him
on the
to,
island?
Don't leave. I'm
Objection
sorry.
calls for
Come
hearsay
back to
and
the
relevance.
house. after
What's the
a couple
relevance
minutes,
of when she heard?
she got in the vehicle.
I can move on.
and
Okay,
they
next
left
question.
To go up back to
What
her house.
communications, if any, did you have with Ms. Heard about the wedding?
What happened after they went back up to the house?
We were
CJ
given,
and I were still in the office
and
information on
weren't
really
a schedule.
to better help me schedule
and
the provisioning.
drove up there
of
just to
what
make sure
would be
that on the island
everything was
beverages
okay
and food
and
things like that.
So we got in the
were
golf
given
cart
a
and we
schedule
drove up to
for
the house.
daily.
Got into the parking lot and
things were gonna.
his vehicle was in the parking
happen
lot
each day.
and,
What time foods were when people were coming in.
you
how
could
many
hear
people
them
would be at
you
meals.
could hear them
just
inside
so
the
I had a
you could
better
hear
idea
inside the house
planning of what was happening.
yelling.
It was detailed. It was
Amber yelling,
what was happening
and
each
Johnny
day,
answering back,
on-
and you could really
and
hear
then it
what
was
being
the rehearsal
said.
night, and there would
we
be
stood there for a couple
what's
minutes,
scheduled, like dinner,
CJ and myself,
dancing,
and
drugs,
then,
music, and then the wedding.
Then you started
we were
to hear,
very,
it became audible.
conscious about doing the wedding. The
Amber
next
was telling
day,
him that
we were doing the wedding.
a ceremony
washed up
actor.
We're
was gonna
specific
die
on
alone,
time.
a fat,
Privacy
lonely
was
old
very
man.
important.
Then you heard,
you
hit me
were
with a
very
can.
careful.
You heard Johnny say you
people
hit me
taking
with a
pictures.
can,
I think
and then
everybody
he came
was
down
giving,
the steps.
disposable
and
cameras
Amber
and
was
asked
behind
not to take
him,
pictures.
and
She had a
I was
bottle in her
concerned
hand,
about that
was
also, but we
removed,
were
and
doing
there was
the
brief
ceremony
pause
at
the moment
sunset.
I think of initial
So
shock.
there
really
really
wouldn't be issue
uncertainty
with
of why that we were there. They neither Johnny nor
paparazzi
Amber
people
knew that we
and
were
things
there.
like that. And
Shortly
shortly when the
to,
ceremony was about to happen,
walk
it actually
back
happened
to the John
earlier
Deere,
than it
and
was scheduled.
the
Bridal party
again walked.
and
He
Amber
was sitting in
showed
the
up
seat.
early, and
Amber
we were
came
still
up to
scrambling
him
for
and was
flowers
asking him
and
to come back in the house.
setting
She
up
was
and
sorry,
getting
please come back in
beverages
the house.
and snacks
And
down there, and there was a plane
he
circling
didn't come out of the
overhead,
seat, and
she was hugging and
just
kissing him,
kept
and
on
circling,
I
and
love you,
circling,
I love
and,
you,
and
she's
taking
telling him, I
pictures,
loved you.
and the ceremony
He
proceeded
didn't react. Johnny
then
sat there.
was scheduled.
Eventually got out of the John Deere.
Did you observe
and
Mr.
proceeded
Depp
to
drinking alcohol at the
start
wedding?
to walk
Objection,
away.
leading.
At that time, Amber
All right, I'll sustain
started
the
to
objection.
grab at him in his shirt
Um,
and trying to pull him back to the house. Just basically viciously trying to pull him
Ms.
back.
Roberts,
and
as
get
part
him
of
back
the
to the house
provisioning for the wedding,
yelling at
did
him.
you
And at that point, I was between
order
them
alcohol for the wedding?
and,
Objection, leading.
felt it was
Sustained.
best, and I was getting worried. About
Ms.
what was gonna
Roberts, what did you
happen, and
order
it was
for the
best
wedding
that,
in February 2015?
I remove him from the situation.
I was given a
and
list
so,
of
food.
CJ took
I was
Amber
given
back
a
to the
list
house,
of beverages
and I
for wine,
walked
champagne.
Johnny
I was
over to the
asked
cafe,
to,
which was basically
30 seconds
have
away
Dr.
from,
Pepper
from the
and,
house. 'Cause it was
the only place I
sugar-free
could
Red
take
Bull
it to at
here
the
because
time.
at that time that was what Mr. Depp or
And
Johnny
you mentioned that Ms.
drinking.
Heard was viciously
Dr.
trying to
Pepper and
pull
sugar-free
Mr.
Red
Depp
Bull.
back. Can you explain what you mean by that? Okay. Did you observe Ms. Heard drinking alcohol
It
at the
was
wedding?
like clawing, grabbing at his
Objection,
clothes, grabbing his
leading.
hair,
Sustained.
trying to pull him back.
Who did you
angry,
observe drinking
like,
alcohol at the wedding?
He was leaving and come back. He couldn't leave in the vehicle because the keys
pretty much
had been
everybody
taken
was,
out.
was drinking
So
and,
there
and
was,
doing
there
shots
wasn't a
and
way
celebrating.
for
It was
Johnny
it was
to
a
drive
party.
away. The only way was for him to walk away.
Ms. Roberts, I'd like to
And,
discuss with you when Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were on the
wasn't,
island in
a
December
pleasant situation
2015.
of
Who
wanting
came down to
to
the island with them?
to not leave and angry and yelling and
I
just
flew to
yelling,
Nassau,
come back,
to
don't
meet
leave.
them, which is what I normally
and
do.
things like that.
I meet
At any point, did
himself,
Mr.
Johnny,
Depp
and whoever comes to the
hit
island,
or
I
touch
fly
Ms.
to
Heard?
Nassau to meet
Objection,
them just to
leading.
make sure that the transition
same
is
objection.
smooth with customs and immigration.
Ms. Roberts,
So I flew to Nassau
how did
and I
Mr. Depp
met,
react to Ms. Heard viciously
Johnny,
grabbing
Amber,
him?
his children, and a friend of the children.
He didn't.
And,
He
stood
there
there
with
with
his
his
onto
arms
the
by his side,
caravan plane, and we boarded the plane
he
and came to
didn't do
the
anything.
island. And a couple of days.
Ms. Roberts, when you were
into
back
the
in the
trip,
cafe with Mr. Depp,
Alice
what happened
and
next?
Greg and Alice's 3 children.
I was concerned
and
because
Nanny came to
he-
the island as
I
well.
had heard him
Objection.
say
Who are
he'd
Alice and
gone-
Greg?
Objection to her being concerned. That's not responsible.
Alice
Sustained,
is
just
a-
concerned, all right.
Clothes
Okay,
designer,
Ms. Roberts, without
and Greg
testifying as how you
was her
felt,
partner, and
what did
I
you
believe he's a
observe when you went
photographer.
back to the cafe with Mr. Depp? When did you first
When
interact
we
with
went back
Ms.
to the
Heard when she
cafe,
came to
he
the
had
island in
a
December
mark across the
2015?
bridge of his nose.
at the airport
got
when
a
I
bag
flew
of
to
ice
Nassau to meet
put
everybody.
on
Usually when they come
his,
down off the
on
plane,
it, so that
you know,
it
there's hugs and
wouldn't
kisses and
swell,
chatting for a couple
just to
minutes
make
while
sure
the
that it
luggage is
wasn't bleeding.
transferred. And
How
he
close
walked
were you to
over
Ms. Heard?
the love seat at the cafe, and he
close,
laid down
close,
and,
hugged,
kissed,
went to sleep.
You know, how are you?
And
Talked.
CJ
same
came back
with
over,
everybody.
and
So face to face.
I asked CJ to stay there for the remainder of the evening. for the
What, if
remainder
any,
of the
makeup
morning.
did you observe Ms. Heard wearing when you first
And I left
interacted
CJ
with her?
inside the cafe, and I left Johnny on the couch. I don't recall.
When did you next see
if
Ms.
she
Heard?
was or was not wearing makeup. She
that
she
that
wore
morning,
makeup. It was very
I saw
natural.
her that morning.
I
How
don't
close
think
were you to
often
Ms.
she
Heard when
wore
you
makeup on the
interacted with her
island.
the next morning?
I don't recall her wearing makeup.
conversation. In
What, if any, injuries did you notice on Ms.
away?
Heard? When you saw her,
I
how
didn't
did she
notice any.
appear? Ms. Roberts, you mentioned that Gregory, a photographer, came to the island during
They
that
had guests
time.
leaving, and
How often did you
it
observe
was,
Gregory on the
kind of
island?
A normal morning. I interacted
Going
every
down to the
day
beach
because
to see
meals went
the guests
down
leave.
and
What,
changing
if any,
sheets
makeup
and
was
cleaning
Ms.
the-
Heard
the
wearing?
room. So I see everybody every day there. Again, I'm not sure.
And when you saw him, what was
if
he
she wore
doing?
makeup on the island. If it was very natural looking. They were doing. There was a photo
What, if
shoot
any,
on the
injuries
island.
did you observe on Ms. Heard?
Amber was wearing the clothes. Amber was wearing Alice's clothes.
I didn't observe
and they were
any.
doing a photo shoot on the beach.
What, if any, injuries
and
did you
Greg was
observe on
taking
Mr. Depp?
pictures. The
What, if
marking
anything,
across
do you
the
remember
bridge of his
about that
nose.
particular time that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard came down to the island? After, and when did Ms. Heard and
We
Mr.
had
Depp leave the island?
There was a incident between
I
Johnny
believe
and
they
Amber
left that afternoon.
here
Guests left
during
in
that
the
trip,
morning.
and I believe they left that afternoon.
Okay, can you please describe that incident? After Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp left the island, what did you do next?
On the evening, we kind
Our
of called it
usual,
a
we
night,
go
dinner
into
was
the
finished,
buildings and,
we wrapped everything up
we break
down
them
here,
down. We
the
empty out the
staff area in the
refrigerators,
kitchen.
garbage, take all the
Myself and
perishables
CJ
out of the house,
came to the office,
straighten the place up,
later
take
on
the
that
linens
evening,
away,
and Johnny was
things like that.
in the office up here. And he was
What did you observe when you went
agitated
through that
and walking back
process?
and forth. I'd asked him if he needed anything because
The
I
island
wasn't
was-
sure why. If
the
he was up
island
here to
was
get
as it
something, or
was
was
when
looking
they
for
arrived.
something,
The
which
only
wouldn't be unusual
thing
for
that
people
was
to come up
different
here.
was
So
there was
he
the
was here,
liquid on the
talked
on
for a
the
couple
deck
minutes,
with a
the
can,
three of
I believe,
us,
mineral
and a
spirits
couple
or
minutes
something
later,
there next to it, which
Amber
had leaked out onto the deck, and then
came into
in
the office with
over the railing
into
were
the office, and we were
paintbrushes and
the three of us were in the office.
art
and
supplies,
Amber came in,
brushes,
and she was
paint
asking
tubes,
him to
big jars of the paints,
her
telling
and
him to come back to
those
the
were all
house.
scattered in the bush. Please come back. I'm sorry. Come back.
Ms. Roberts, when is the
and,
first time you
he
provided testimony about this incident
stood-
in December 2015?
Stood here, reluctant to go. Didn't
I
want
believe it
to
was
go.
for another case in
And
2020.
little exchange back and forth. He left
Ms.
the
Roberts,
office and got
how
into
often have you
his
seen
vehicle
Mr. Depp
and
drink
started
alcohol
it
on the
up,
island?
And Amber went outside and stood in
he
front
goes
of the
through periods
vehicle.
of time where he's been here
so
and he doesn't drink and it's non-alcoholic.
didn't drive away.
acts
She
or
was
something like
standing-
that.
Amber was standing in front of it.
It varies.
And, again,
sometimes he
it
drinks
was,
when he's
she
here,
was
sometimes
asking
he
him
doesn't.
to don't leave. I'm
How often
sorry.
have you seen
Come
Ms.
back to
Heard
the
drink alcohol on
house.
the island?
After a couple minutes, she got in the vehicle.
She drank
and
wine.
They left
She drank
to go
wine with
back to
her
their house.
Her drink was wine. with
What
dinner,
happened after they went back up
Maybe
to the
in the
house?
afternoon, but I know definitely with dinner.
Did you
CJ
observe
and
Ms.
I
Heard
were
drinking
still in the
alcohol when
office
Mr. Depp was not
and,
drinking alcohol?
weren't really
Objection
sure.
meeting.
Sustained.
Decided that
Okay.
maybe it would be best if we just drove up there just to make sure that.
How
everything
often
was
have you
okay.
seen Mr. Depp
And,
drunk?
So we got in the golf cart and we drove up to the house. Got into the parking lot, and
I would know
his
his huge
vehicle was in
tolerance
the
for
parking lot,
alcohol.
and
I haven't seen him passed out drunk or anything
you could
like
hear
that.
them.
So
You can hear them inside the. You could hear inside the house
Who drinks? But I haven't seen him pass
yelling.
out
Amber
Thank you, Ms.
yelling,
Roberts.
and Johnny
All right,
answering back,
cross-examination.
and you
Thank you,
could
Your Honor.
really hear what was being said. We stood there for a couple minutes.
Ms.
CJ and
Roberts,
myself,
the
and
salary
then,
you
then you
receive
started to
for
hear,
managing
it
the
became
Bahama
audible.
Island is
Amber was
approximately
telling him that he
$10,000
was,
a month, correct?
washed up actor.
Okay.
He was going to die
And
alone.
so
with
that
a fat,
comes out
lonely
to
old man.
$120,000
Then you
a year?
heard, you hit me with a can. You heard Johnny say,
Correct.
you hit me with a can.
Okay.
And then
And
he
you've
came down the
been,
steps.
and you've been receiving that
and
salary
Amber was
for many
behind
years,
him,
correct?
And she had a
Correct.
bottle in her
Right.
hand.
In fact, I think
was
you got it
removed, and there was
raised to
a brief
$10,010
pause, the moment,
in
I think of initial
2018.
shock or
Do you remember that?
uncertainty of why, that we were there. They neither Johnny nor Amber
No,
knew that we
I
were
don't know the
there.
exact number, but I know I get that
Proceeded
amount.
Okay.
to
And
walk
that's in
back
addition
to the
to
John
all of the
Deere,
expenses, correct?
and she
For running the
again the
island.
expenses. He was sitting in the seat.
Of running the
Amber
island.
came up to him and was asking him to come back in the house. That she was sorry. Please come back in the house.
I get a salary every month.
And
I'm not sure what you're asking me.
So
he
the-
didn't come
the
out
other
of the
people
seat.
that are on the island, to
and
the
she
extent
was
they
hugging,
work, they
kissing
get a
him, and
different
I love
salary,
you.
right?
I love you. She was telling him I loved you.
Yes.
He didn't
Okay,
react.
and all of the
Johnny sat
expenses
there.
you have, you talked about what you
Eventually,
have to do
got out of
to
the
provision the
John
island
Deere,
and everything else and run it.
and
All of
proceeded
those
to
expenses are paid
start
separately,
to walk
correct?
away. At that time, Amber started
Correct.
to grab at
Okay.
him and his shirt.
And you said you've
and
been
trying to pull him
managing
back
this
to the
island for
house,
15 years for Mr.
just
Depp, is that
basically
correct?
viciously trying to pull him back and get him back to the house
Approximately, yes.
All right.
and yelling at
Now,
him.
let's talk
And
for
at
a
that
moment
point, I
about
was
those
between
two
them
videos
and,
that
felt it
you
was
testified
best,
to were part
and
of
I
the
was getting
house.
worried about what
The
was gonna
first
happen,
video
and it
was
best
missing
that,
both the closet and the bathroom,
I
correct?
removed him from the situation, and so CJ took Amber back to the house, and I walked Johnny
I don't remember.
over
I'd
to
have
the
to look
cafe,
at it
which
again.
was
All right, and
basically
the second-
30
There was
seconds away from the
Sorry,
house,
go ahead.
because it was the only place I could take him to. at
Go
the
ahead, I'm
time.
sorry, you didn't come through. Go ahead.
No,
And
I'm
you
sorry. I
mentioned
think
that
in
Ms.
the
Heard
first
was
video, the
viciously
beads
trying
were
to
the
pull
closet, and
Mr.
then there
Depp
was the
back.
bathroom
Can
next
you
to the
explain what you
closet.
mean by that?
Okay, that was
Isn't
the
that what you
second,
asked me?
that was the second video. Do
It
you know
was
who,
like clawing,
do you know
grabbing
who
his
took
clothes,
those
grabbing his
videos?
hair, trying to like pull him back, like
Oh,
an
I
angry.
Okay.
Like,
When did
leaving
you take those
and
videos?
Come back. He couldn't leave in the vehicle because the keys had been taken out. So there wasn't a way for Johnny
it
to
would have to
drive
be,
away. The only way was
I'm not
for
sure, a couple
him
years
to-
ago,
to
maybe
walk-
longer.
for him to walk away.
It was-
I'm not
And,
sure.
Okay. Did
it,
you take those
wasn't,
videos
a
for
pleasant
the
situation
UK trial?
of wanting him to not leave and angry and yelling.
I don't
and
recall
just yelling.
if it was for that.
Come back, don't
Is
leave.
there a reason that the
and things like
closet
that.
and the bathroom were
At any
left
point, did
out
Mr.
of the
Depp
first video?
hit or touch Ms. Heard?
Objection leading?
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
No,
Ms.
I
Roberts,
stood in the house and
how did
did a
Mr. Depp
circle
react
around
to
of the
Ms. Heard
house.
viciously grabbing him?
Who asked you to make that video?
He didn't. He stood there with his arms by his side, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure. He didn't do anything.
Was it Mr. Waldman?
Okay.
Adam Waldman?
Ms. Roberts, when you were back in the cafe with Mr. Depp, what happened
I don't-
next?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Can't recall?
I can't remember.
I was concerned because.
No, I can't.
Okay. Now, the second
I had
video,
heard him
that
say
shows
he's
the
gone to
closet,
her being
and then there's a
concerned.
door
I'll
there.
sustain
Would
it.
you agree
Concern,
that
right.
door opens up
Ms. Roberts,
into a
without-
bathroom?
Testifying as how you felt, what did you observe when you
Next to
went
the
back to the
closet,
cafe
yes.
with Mr. Depp?
And we don't have a
When
video
we went back
of
to the cafe,
the
he
bathroom,
had
correct?
a mark across the bridge of his nose. I don't believe a bag of
there was a
ice
video of the bathroom.
And no
put
one
on
asked
his-
you to
on
make a
it
video
so
of
that
the
it
bathroom,
wouldn't
correct?
swell.
Objection,
Just
relevance?
make sure that it wasn't bleeding.
I'll
and
overrule it.
he walked over to the love seat at the cafe and he laid down and went to sleep.
Oh,
And
sorry.
CJ came back
I'm
over.
not sure if anybody
and,
asked me to. I don't believe I videotaped
I asked
the
CJ to
bathroom.
stay there for the remainder
And my
of the
question
evening,
was,
for the
and
remainder
no
of the
one
morning.
asked you to videotape
And
the
I
bathroom,
left CJ
correct?
inside the cafe, and I left Johnny on the couch.
Correct.
Okay. Now,
When did you
let's
next see
talk
Ms.
for a
Heard?
moment about the logistics of the island.
That
So,
morning,
Mr.
I
Depp's
saw-
house,
I
we've
saw
seen
her
the
that
inside of, and you said
How close
that
were you to
the
Ms. Heard when you
cafe
interacted with her the
was
next morning?
a 30-second walk, I think you said. How
Conversation.
many yards?
In a couple feet away. I don't know. I walk it. It's.
When you saw her,
just
how did she
outside his house
appear?
Through the parking lot and walk way to the cafe.
Okay.
They had
And the
guests leaving,
cafe
and
is
it
where
was,
Mr.
kind of
Depp
a normal
would
morning.
regularly have his meals, correct?
Going down to the beach to see the guests leave.
Correct. All the guests would have their meals there.
Okay,
What,
including
if any,
Mr.
makeup
Depp and
was
Ms.
Ms. Heard
Heard if she
wearing?
was there, and their children, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Again, I'm not
And
sure.
then- And
If
then
she
you
wore
were
makeup on the island, if
located
it
on
was,
the
it was
other
very
side of the
natural looking.
island, correct? That's where you stay?
What, if any, injuries
Or
did you
I stay
observe on Ms.
in
Heard?
the middle of the island, yes.
Okay, how far away is
I
that?
didn't observe any.
From the cafe and the house?
What, if any,
Objection
injuries did you
compounds.
observe on Mr. Depp?
I'll sustain the objection if you want.
How far away is it from the
marking
house?
across the bridge of his nose. Where I stay?
Yes.
After
And when did Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp leave the island?
Probably a 3-minute golf cart ride. I believe
Okay.
they left that afternoon. The
Okay.
guests left in the morning.
And then
I
when
believe
other
they left that
guests
afternoon.
come, I think you were talking about
After Ms. Heard and
tents.
Mr. Depp left the
Do
island,
they
what
stay
did you
in
do
tents?
No.
The
Our
tents
usual, we
were,
go into the buildings and we
tents
break
were
them
erected
down.
for
We empty
the-
out the
the
refrigerators,
wedding,
garbage, and then they
take all
were
the
dismantled.
perishables out of
And
the house.
sometimes we would erect them,
straighten
straighten
the
the
place
place
up,
to
take
just
the
in
linens
case somebody
away.
wanted to stay there. But people didn't stay
things
in
like
the
that.
tents. They stayed in the buildings here.
Okay, so how?
What did you observe
how
when you went
much
through that process?
accommodation can you handle in the buildings for other guests?
The island was,
Not-
the island
I'm
was
not
as it
talking
was
about
when
the
they
house, Mr.
arrived.
Depp's
The
house,
only
we've seen that.
thing that was different
But
was
how many
the-
people can
there was
actually
the,
be
liquid
accommodated
on the
in the
deck
buildings?
was a can, I believe, of mineral spirits or something there next to it.
we
which
have
had
a
leaked out onto the deck, and then
two-bedroom,
over the railing
here on Brando
were
Beach. We have a
paintbrushes and
art supplies,
paintbrushes,
a beach house,
which has
paint
a
tubes,
bed in it, and then we
the
have
jars that the
paints are in, and those were all scattered
call
in
it
the
roundhouse,
which has a bed in it as well.
Ms. Roberts, when is the first
Now,
time
when
you
Mr.
provided
Depp
testimony
and
about
Ms.
this incident in
Heard
December
were visiting,
2015?
whether they had the children there or
I
not.
believe it was for another case in May 2020.
Typically, would you bring the meals to
Ms.
the
Roberts,
cafe?
how often have you
for
seen
each of
Mr.
the
Depp drink
meals?
alcohol on the island?
He goes through periods
So
of time
sometimes
where
I would
he's
take
been
him to the
here
house,
and
it
he
depended on
doesn't
where
drink,
they
and
wanted
it's
to eat.
non-alcoholic Bex
All
or
right,
something
and
like
then
that.
typically, would
it-
you join
it
them for
varies.
the meal, or would you leave the
sometimes he
meal
drinks
and
when
then
he's here,
come back
sometimes
and
he
clean
doesn't.
up afterwards?
Objection, How often have you seen Ms. Heard drink alcohol on the island?
Sustain the objection.
All right, we'll take that one at a time.
She drank
Typically,
wine.
would you
She drank
bring the
wine with
meals
her drink
to
was
them?
wine with dinner.
Myself or
maybe
one
in the
of
afternoon, but I know definitely
the
with dinner.
workers here would take the meals.
Okay,
Did you
how
observe Ms.
often was
Heard
it
drinking
you that would
alcohol
take
when
it?
Mr. Depp was not drinking alcohol?
Objection, leading.
No, sustained.
Okay. How often have you seen
How
Mr. Depp
often?
drunk?
Maybe every other day, every day. It depended on if people were eating in their buildings or eating together.
All right,
I would know
would
his
you
huge
stay
tolerance
and
for
eat the
alcohol.
meal with
I
them,
haven't seen him
or would you
passed
leave?
out drunk or anything like that.
If we were
So,
invited for dinner, we
would all eat together. Usually we would
drinks.
take the food to the.
But I haven't seen him pass
places
out
and
drunk.
leave.
And then,
Thank you, Ms. Roberts.
would you be called
All right,
to come pick them
cross-examination.
up? Thank you, Your Honor.
No, we would sometimes go back in the evenings.
Ms. Roberts,
on
the
our own,
salary you
and
receive
clean up
for
and turn some of
managing the
lights off,
Bahama
and sometimes
Island
we would do it in
is
the morning.
approximately $10,000 a month, correct? So other than bringing
Correct.
the meals, and it could
be you
or somebody else. So that comes out to $120,000 a year?
How
How often did you interact with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard during the
Okay.
days? And
Yeah, they
were on the
you've been receiving that salary for many years, correct?
On average, every day. Correct.
Right, in fact, I think you got a raise to
In what
$10,000
context other than
$10 in
delivering the meals and
2018.
picking them up?
Do you remember
Well,
that?
just see if anything was needed, if everything was all right, things like that. No, generally
I don't know
passing
the
them
exact
if they were
number, but
walking
I
or
know
in
I
the
get
office
that
or-
amount.
or
Okay.
on the beach.
And that's in addition to all
Now,
of the expenses,
Would it be fair to
correct?
say that you weren't
For running the
spending
island.
The
24/7 with them? Of running the island.
No, I didn't live with them, no.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you
get a
don't
salary every
know
month.
what they were
not
doing
sure what you're
during the
asking me.
times that you
So,
weren't passing them by
the
or
other
bringing
people that are
meals?
on the island, to the extent they work, they get a different salary, right?
Yes, unless they
Okay,
were on the
and
beach.
all of the expenses you have, you talked about what you have
wouldn't
to
know
do
what happened,
to
what would
provision
be
the
taking
island and
place
everything
within the
else and
house,
run
for
it.
example,
All
when
of
you
those
weren't
expenses are paid separately, correct?
Correct.
And you wouldn't know
Correct.
Whether Mr.
Okay.
Depp was taking drugs.
And you said you've
correct?
been managing this island for 15 years for Mr. Depp?
And you wouldn't
is
know
that
whether
correct?
Mr. Depp was drinking, correct?
Approximately, yes.
All right. Now, let's talk for a moment
would
about
only know
those
by
two
cleaning
videos
And
that
you wouldn't
you
know,
testified to were
from
part
cleaning
of
up
the house.
necessarily whether it
The
was
first
Mr. Depp,
video was
Ms. Heard, or
missing
somebody
both
else,
the
would you?
closet and the bathroom, correct?
Objection, compound.
Or what was,
Overruled, I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Please continue.
I don't remember, I'd have to look at it
Unless,
again.
All right, and
I
the
would know
second-
there was what was in the garbage or left
Sorry,
out
go ahead.
of who consumed. or
Go ahead,
what
I'm
was
sorry, you
consumed,
didn't
I
come
would-
through.
I would be
Go
able
ahead.
to know. No, I'm sorry.
You
I
wouldn't
think in the
know
first video, the
what
beads were the
arguments,
closet, and
if
then
there
there was
were
the
any,
bathroom
were
next to the
taking place
closet.
in that house.
Okay, that was the
behind
sixth
closed doors,
right?
That was the second video.
Correct.
Do you know?
You wouldn't
know
whether
know
there
who
was any
took
kind
those
of
videos?
physical abuse that was taking place behind
Oh,
those
I did.
closed doors,
Okay.
correct?
When did you take those videos?
I wouldn't know. Correct.
Okay. Now, let me just take
Oh,
you for a
it would have to
moment
be,
to the December
I'm
2015
not sure. A couple years
timeframe.
ago, maybe longer.
How, it was
I'm not
how
sure.
much
Okay.
advance
Did you
notice
take those
are you
videos
typically
for
given
the UK
for
trial?
when Mr. Depp and his entourage are going to arrive
I don't
and for
recall
how long they're going
if
to
it was
stay?
for that.
Objection,
Is there a
compound.
reason that the closet and the bathroom
stay in
were
objection.
left out
All
of
right,
the
let's
first
break it
video?
down.
How much notice are you given when Mr. Depp and his entourage are coming?
No, I stood in the house and did a circle around the house. Sometimes it's a couple
Who
days,
asked you
sometimes it's
to
a couple
make that
weeks.
video? So how much notice were you given in December of 2015 to who would be coming
I'm
for
not sure.
Christmas on the
I'm not
Bahama
sure.
Island? Was it Mr. Waldman? Adam Waldman?
I believe sometime in November. I'm not sure, but I don't know.
Can't recall?
I can't remember who
And
it's.
in
No, I
November,
can't.
how many
Now, the
people
second
were you
video,
told were
that
coming
shows the
for
closet
Christmas, and then there's
on
a
the
door
island.
there? Would you agree that door opens up into a bathroom?
I don't recall how many. I don't
Next
recall
to the
how many
closet,
people.
yes.
It was
Okay.
a lot more than,
And we don't
have
Amber,
a video
Johnny,
of the bathroom,
Lily Rose.
correct? Jack and Lily Rose's boyfriend, wasn't it?
I don't believe.
Yes, it was.
There
In
was a
fact,
video
it was
of that.
Amber's
And
parents. And no one asked you to make a video of the bathroom, correct?
Objection, relevance.
I'll overrule it now. Okay.
Correct?
Oh, sorry. I'm not sure if anybody asked me to. I don't believe I videotaped the bathroom.
And my question was, and no one asked you to videotape the bathroom, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, let's talk for a moment about the logistics of the island. So, Mr. Depp's house, we've seen the inside of, and you said that the cafe was a 30-second walk, I think you said. How many yards?
Yeah. I don't know. I walk it. It's just outside his house through the parking lot and walkway to the cafe.
Okay. And
I don't know.
Okay, and the cafe is where Mr. Depp would regularly have his meals, correct?
Correct. All the guests would have their meals there.
Okay, including Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard if she was there, and their children, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and
For
then
dinners, yes.
and then you were located on the other side of the island, correct? That's where you stay?
Or I stay in the middle of the island, yes.
Okay, how far away is that from the cafe and the house?
Objection, compound.
I'll sustain the objection if you want.
How far away is it from the house?
Where I stay,
Yes.
probably a 3-minute golf cart ride,
Okay.
5-minute walk.
Okay. And then when other guests come, I think you were talking about tents. Do they stay in tents?
No, the tents were erected for the wedding, and then they were dismantled. And sometimes we would erect them if we were asked to, just in case somebody wanted to stay there. But people didn't stay in the tents; they stayed in the buildings here.
Okay. So how much accommodation can you handle in the buildings for other guests? I'm not talking about the house, Mr. Depp's house. We've seen that. But how many people can actually be accommodated in the buildings?
We have a 2-bedroom yurt on Brando Beach. We have a beach house which has the bed in it, and then we have what we call a roundhouse, which has a bed in it as well.
Okay. Now, when Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were visiting, whether they had the children there or not, typically, would you bring the meals to the cafe for each of the meals?
No, sometimes I would take them to the house. It depended on where they wanted to eat.
All right, and then typically, would you join them for the meal, or would you leave the meal and then come back and clean up afterwards?
Objection compound.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
All right, we'll take that one at a time. Typically, would you bring the meals to them?
Myself or one of the workers here would take the meals.
Okay, how often was it you that would take them?
How often? Maybe every other day, every day. It depended on how, if people were eating in their buildings or eating together.
All right, and would you stay and eat the meal with them, or would you leave?
If we were invited for dinner, we would all eat together. Usually we would take the food to the places and leave.
Okay. And then would you be called to come pick them up?
No. We would sometimes go back in the evenings on our own and clean up and turn some of the lights off. And sometimes we would do it in the morning. It depended on what was happening.
Okay. So other than bringing the meals, and it could be you or somebody else, how often did you interact with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard during the days when they were on the island?
On average, every day.
In what context other than delivering the meals and picking them up?
Oh, just see if anything was needed, if everything was all right, things like that. Generally passing them if they were walking or in the office or on the beach.
Okay. Now, would it be fair to say that you weren't spending 24/7 with them?
No, I didn't live with them, no.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you don't know what they were doing during the times that you weren't passing them by or bringing meals?
Yes, unless they were on the beach.
Okay.
Then I would know. But
So you wouldn't know what happened, what would be taking place within the house, for example, when you weren't there, correct?
correct.
And you wouldn't know whether Mr. Depp was taking drugs, correct?
Correct.
And you wouldn't know whether Mr. Depp was drinking, correct?
I would only know by cleaning up.
Okay. And you wouldn't know, well, you wouldn't know from cleaning up necessarily whether it was Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard, or somebody else, would you?
Objection compound.
Or what was,
Overruled, I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Please continue.
unless I would know what it was by what was in the garbage or left out of who consumed or what was consumed, I would be able to know.
Okay. And you wouldn't know what arguments, if there were any, were taking place in that house behind closed doors, right?
Correct.
And you wouldn't know whether there was any kind of physical abuse that was taking place behind those closed doors, correct?
I wouldn't know. Correct.
Okay. Now, let me just take you for a moment to the December 2015 timeframe. How much advance notice are you typically given for when Mr. Depp and his entourage are going to arrive and for how long they're going to stay?
Objection compound.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
All right, let's break it down. How much notice are you given when Mr. Depp and his entourage are coming?
It varies. Sometimes it's a couple days, sometimes it's a couple weeks.
So how much notice were you given in December of 2015 to who would be coming for Christmas on the Bahama Island?
I believe sometime in November
Okay.
for that trip.
All right. And in November, how many people were you told were coming for Christmas on the island?
I don't recall how many people.
It was a lot more than Amber, Johnny, Lily Rose, Jack, and Lily Rose's boyfriend, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
In fact, it was Amber's parents, correct?
I believe so.
And it was Rocky Pennington and Josh Drew, correct?
I believe they were on the list.
And Rocky Pennington's parents?
Yes, I believe they were on the list.
Do you recall them canceling?
Objection, hearsay.
I recall,
How is that hearsay?
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
there was a change to the guests.
When did you learn of that?
I don't recall, maybe a couple weeks after, maybe it's beginning of December, maybe middle of December. I'm not sure.
Do you recall if it was after December 15?
I don't recall.
Did you think that was a little strange that here these people were going to be at
Objection.
Christmas on the island and suddenly they cancel?
Objection, relevance.
I think it's highly relevant.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What, if anything, were you told about why they canceled?
Objection, hearsay.
Party opponent admission.
Believe you
Well,
lay
you
a
don't know.
foundation for that.
Okay. Who told you that Amber's parents, her best friend and fiance, and her best friend's parents were suddenly canceling coming for Christmas on the island?
Objection, compound.
I'll allow that. Go ahead.
I don't know who told me, but I did receive I did receive information that they weren't coming and there were somebody else was coming instead.
And who was that somebody else coming instead?
That it would be Alice and it would be Alice and Greg and the children and the nanny.
And they were coming later, right?
They would be joining. That I think was the words.
Okay. So on the December trip, you testified about a few arguments between Amber and Johnny, right? Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You weren't present when Johnny sustained the gash on his nose, correct?
I wasn't there. No.
Okay. And you weren't present when the mess was made through the paints that you've described, correct?
No.
And so you don't know whether there had been a physical altercation and that led to throwing a paint can to try to slow down Johnny, right?
No, I just heard yelling in the house.
Okay. But that yelling in the house wasn't necessarily the same time, was it? You don't know, do you?
No, it was all in the same. Okay, no.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the summer of 2013. Are you aware that Paul Bettany claims he's never met Amber?
Objection, relevance.
What's the
And calls for
The
hearsay.
relevance is she testified that he was there on the island with her.
And calls for hearsay.
I can ask the question and see if she says.
All right, I'll allow the question. Go ahead.
Can you repeat it?
Are you aware that Paul Bettany has said that he never met Amber Heard?
No, I'm unaware. I don't know that.
Well, let's stay on the summer of 2013 if we can. Do you have a recollection of Amber and Johnny, Lily Rose and Jack taking one final trip on the yacht that Johnny was going to be selling to J.K. Rowling?
I don't know what year that was. I don't know what year that was, but I do remember the yacht being sold.
If I tell you it was July of 2013, does that help refresh your recollection? July 9?
Yeah,
All right. Now,
it doesn't. I just know the yacht was sold.
Okay, and you made arrangements, did you not, for a captain to captain the yacht and for them to go out on the yacht?
No, I didn't have any responsibility for the yacht and the crew on the yacht.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of being called because Lily Rose and Jack were upset and they wanted to leave the yacht and have a helicopter take them away?
Objection, hearsay, and compound.
I'm asking whether she has a recollection of this.
I'll allow the question.
Can you ask me it again?
Do you have a recollection of Lily Rose and Jack being upset on the yacht and wanting to leave it immediately, so you arranged for a helicopter to come in to fly them away with Amber?
Objection, compound.
I'll allow it. Okay, let's just hear.
I don't know if Lily Rose and Jack were upset. I do know that I did arrange for transportation off the island at the time.
And in fact, Amber went with Lily Rose, correct?
It was Amber and her friend and Lily Rose.
Okay. And Jack decided at the last minute to stay back, correct?
I don't know if he decided last minute. He stayed.
Okay. Do you recall Lily Rose telling you that she was upset because her father was drinking and trying to hide it from him?
Objection, hearsay.
I'm asking whether she has a
I'll
recollection.
sustain the objection. to
Okay.
that.
Then I'll ask the next one. Do you recall Mr. Depp passing out in the sand face first?
I recall that he was passed out on the beach. He was out on the beach. Yes.
Okay. And do you recall Jack calling you because he was concerned?
Objection, hearsay.
That's just asking if he called. I haven't asked what he said.
No, you did. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of Jack being present when Mr. Depp was passed out face first in the sand?
Yes.
And do you have a recollection of Jack being upset?
I don't have a recollection of him being upset.
Do you have a recollection of him being happy about it?
No, I didn't speak with Jack about it.
Okay. But you recall that Mr. Depp was passed out face first in the sand, correct?
Objection, asked and answered.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
All right, thank you. Let's talk about makeup for a moment. So you don't know what type of makeup regimen Amber uses every day, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, you don't know, you said at one point you're not sure, but it's a natural look. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And would you agree that there are a number of different types of makeup you can use that would still give you a natural look?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll allow it.
I'm guessing there is, yes.
Okay. Okay. And there's sun in the Bahamas, right?
Most of the time.
Do you know what Amber wears for sunscreen?
I think it was at one point I had a brand Shishido or something like that was on the island that we provided.
And do you know whether Amber brought her own as well?
I don't know.
Do you know whether Amber had a skin condition?
I wasn't told.
Okay. But I take it you didn't ask.
No, I wouldn't have asked if somebody had a skin condition.
Okay. The wedding. The wedding was planned at sunset, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, it went forward at sunset, correct?
It went earlier. It was earlier than sunset.
So your recollection is that there's no sunset pictures at the wedding?
I mean,
Okay.
there was sunset pictures.
Okay. So, last couple questions. The makeup or not makeup, you were asked whether you observed any injuries on Amber in the December 2015 timeframe. Do you believe Amber would cover up bruises to hide them from the kids?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain this.
Do you have any understanding, based on your knowledge of Amber, whether she would try to cover up any bruises or cuts
Same
to
objection.
keep them from the kids?
I'll sustain the objection.
You said that you didn't believe that Amber was wearing much makeup, but you said she participated in a photo shoot in December 2015. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Do you know whether Amber was wearing any makeup for a photo shoot?
I'm not sure the part that I saw, she was in and out of the water.
Do you know whether Amber would want to show bruises or cuts in a photo shoot?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
I have no further questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, redirect. Redirect.
Ms. Roberts, how many times have you seen Mr. Depp consume drugs?
Objection leading.
All right, sustained.
Ms. Bredehoff asked you about Mr. Depp passed out on the beach. How would you describe Mr. Depp when you saw him on the beach?
He was passed out. I picked him up and brushed him off, and he sat. I left him underneath the. I believe he was in a hammock, and I believe he had fallen asleep, or he was asleep, and the hammock had overturned, and I picked him up and brushed him off, and left him underneath the lanai with Jack.
Okay, no further questions.
All
Thank
right,
you,
is
Ms.
this witness
Roberts.
subject to recall, Ms. Roberts?
Yes, potentially.
All right.
So we'll,
Ms. Roberts, since you're subject to recall, did not discuss your testimony with anybody and just did not watch anything about this case, okay, ma'am?
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right, your next witness.
Dr. Shannon Curry. She'll come right now.
Dr. who?
Shannon Curry,
Can you, is it C-U-R-R-Y?
C-U-R-R-Y. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Curry.
Good morning.
I'm Wayne Dennison. Could you state your full name for the record?
Shannon Curry.
What do you do for a living?
I am a clinical and forensic psychologist.
What's your educational background?
I started college at Georgetown University. I then transferred to the University of California, Irvine, where I received my bachelor's degree in psychology and social behavior. I completed my master's degree in psychology at Pepperdine University. I went on to complete my doctoral degree in clinical psychology at Pepperdine University, which included several training rotations at different practicum sites. Those are essentially clinical rotations we do to learn various types of psychology. You learn how to do psychological assessment, counseling, etc., and you do that in a variety of different settings. And then I completed a year-long doctoral internship at an American Psychological Association accredited doctoral internship. You do this year before you get your degree, and that was at Tripler Army Medical Center. It's traditionally a military internship. They did admit 2 civilians. I was lucky enough to be one of them. I then completed 2 years of postdoctoral training at Hawaii State Hospital, a locked forensic psychology facility, and that's where you essentially have individuals with severe mental illness who have committed crimes.
Have you done any additional coursework or educational work?
I have. So after I completed my doctorate and my postdoctoral training, I obtained it's called a postdoctoral Master of Science degree in clinical psychopharmacology. That is for partial fulfillment of prescription privileges, meaning that it's part of what we need to be able to prescribe medications as a psychologist, because psychologists don't traditionally prescribe, and we can do that with certain military jurisdictions in other states. I also obtained advanced training in the Gottman method of couples therapy. I completed all 3 levels of training, and then I'm also a Gottman educator for several workshops involving helping parents learn how to prepare to bring their baby home and helping couples without serious problems improve their relationships.
What's the Gottman method?
The Gottman method is a highly research-based method of couples therapy. It's very structured, so different than what many people expect when they think about couples therapy. I always tell my clients I don't want them to come in, just tell each other all their problems, and then have an awkward, silent drive home. In this therapy, they come in, they complete a really structured assessment in the beginning. So they complete a bunch of questions. It gives me a ton of information about their relationship before we even get started, and really identifies the areas we're going to target with structured interventions during each session. I think of it almost like a class.
Okay. Did you get, in the course of your education, any specialized training?
Any what?
Specialized training?
I did. So my internship specifically was dedicated to essentially working with post-traumatic stress disorder, traumatic stress. A lot of my training has been with psychological assessment and testing. And then my training during practicum and then in my postdoctoral work was dedicated to working with trauma populations and also conducting forensic psychological assessments. Oftentimes, forensic psychological assessments actually refers to doing testing and an interview and a couple other things for purposes related to law. So it's the application of psychology to the courts, to legal issues. And sometimes that also involves doing assessments for the military to determine whether somebody has sustained a mental disability after combat.
You indicated that you did some work at Tripler. What's Tripler and what's the work you did?
So Tripler Army Medical Center is a hospital in Honolulu, Hawaii. If anybody's ever gotten to have a vacation in Hawaii, it's a giant pink building there. And it's one of the top training sites for military psychologists. I was very, very lucky to be able to train there. They have wonderful funding and a lot of new research going on, particularly for PTSD, but really for all areas of mental health. While I was there, I did rotations in family psychology, so doing family therapy. I worked with children, but I also did a neuropsychology rotation, learning really the ins and outs of advanced psychological assessment, identifying not just mental issues, mental illness, but also traumatic brain injuries after trauma, and doing those PTSD evaluations, and then also working with service members who were struggling with a whole host of issues, military stressors, normal life stressors, and then also those who sustained tremendous trauma from combat.
Do you still continue to work with the military?
I do, actually. My practice is very focused on military service members, veterans, and their families.
Okay. What work have you done in prior litigation matters?
Well, most of my litigation, if we're talking about civil work, that has mostly been reports. So this is my first time testifying in a civil matter. The majority of my forensic work has been in criminal law or providing psychological assessments, and then I produce a really methodical report, which is typically reviewed by a judge, and a determination is made, or usually there's a settlement beforehand.
Okay. Do you work in connection with any particular courts?
I do. So I am actually not sure if I'm on the list anymore in Honolulu, but I am a certified forensic evaluator for the state of Hawaii, which means that I have been appointed by the court to conduct evaluations for matters that are presented. And then I'm also on the list of forensic evaluators in several courts in Southern California. And then I'm contracted by the military, the Department of Defense, now and again for evaluations of PTSD from service members.
Okay, you mentioned PTSD a couple of times now.
Yes.
What are you referring to there?
So PTSD is a mental illness. It can develop after a person has been exposed to a traumatic event. And our Diagnostic Statistical Manual, the DSM, is sort of the authoritative manual of mental illnesses. It's considered our Bible of mental illness. We go there for diagnoses. And according to that, there's a specific type of trauma that a person must experience for them to be able to qualify for a diagnosis of PTSD. And that's an event that is life-threatening. It can also involve sexual assault, and you can experience that either directly, but you can also be traumatized if you've seen it happen to somebody else, or if it's happened unexpectedly or violently to somebody close to you, a family member or a friend. And then there's also a provision for people who are first responders. If they're encountering really traumatic information regularly, that qualifies as a trauma. Now, there are a number of symptoms that can develop. Sure.
We'll talk about that some
Okay.
more. Do you hold any credentials relevant to the work that you do?
Well, I am a licensed psychologist
Where?
in California and Hawaii.
Okay, and any other certifications or other credentials?
Not that I can think of off the top of my head other than the training with the Gottman method of couples therapy.
Okay. Have you worked with the Hawaii Department of Courts and Corrections?
Yes, I have.
In what capacity?
Well, so that I guess would be a credential. So I am a certified forensic evaluator for the state of Hawaii.
In connection with your doctorate, was there a research component?
There was. So would you like me to tell you about it?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I conducted a research study while I was at Pepperdine completing my doctorate. It's called a dissertation. So when you're obtaining your doctorate, you contribute something to the scientific field that you're in. And typically that involves doing what we call novel science. So you're doing an experiment, you're finding out new information and helping the field progress. So I did research in Peru, and I was essentially looking at the effectiveness of a therapy intervention there for kids who were growing up in this community called Ayacucho, which was exposed to 20 years of guerrilla warfare, the longest guerrilla war in the history of the world. And there were a lot of issues in that community, tremendous trauma. And my research was around finding interventions that were really effective for that community.
Where do you work now?
I work for the Curry Psychology Group.
What does the Curry Psychology Group do?
We're a multi-specialty mental health center, so we have neuropsychologists who do testing for kids. We have therapists, individual therapists, couples therapists, family therapists. We even have a meditation teacher. We basically try to meet the needs of our community, and we highly specialize in working with military personnel and their families.
Who's the Curry and Curry Psychology Group?
I'm Dr. Curry.
How many people work for you?
As of right now, I believe it's 13.
How long have you been doing this kind of work?
For about 15 years.
How much of your therapy practice focuses on treating individuals?
I would say about half of it is individuals, half is couples.
Okay. Do you do any training of students?
I do.
What's that?
So we have several unlicensed professionals at our office, and they're earning their additional hours so that they can get licensed. So they're able to see clients, and then I meet with them regularly to supervise them, discuss their cases, provide them with information about different diagnoses, interventions, and treatment methods.
How did you get involved in this case?
I was contacted by Ms. Camille Vasquez, one of the attorneys for Mr. Depp.
Okay. And what was the nature of the contact?
Ms. Vasquez called me and indicated that she might be interested in having me meet the legal team so that I could discuss my expertise and possibly provide my opinions related to the matter.
What were you asked to provide expert opinion on?
So initially, my role that I understood at the time was to review the case materials and provide my opinions regarding anything that I noticed that was consistent or even inconsistent with the psychological science that exists today on intimate partner violence in Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's relationship.
All right, you used a phrase there, intimate partner violence. What are you talking about?
So there are a multitude of different definitions depending on the source or the state, but essentially intimate partner violence is abuse. It could be physical, psychological, and it's from one partner to another in an intimate relationship.
Okay. Did your role in this case evolve over time?
Yes, it shifted. So I was retained at the end of January 2021, and then had just barely begun to review the documents. The case was postponed, and then in October 2021, I was asked by counsel to provide a psychological evaluation of Ms. Heard.
Okay. Were you ever asked to do a psychological evaluation of Mr. Depp?
No.
Okay.
What types of documents did you consider in this analysis?
So I reviewed quite a few documents as part of my evaluation. That included all of the case documents, Ms. Heard's medical records by Dr. Kipper, her prior mental health treatment records. I believe I reviewed records from Dr. Amy Banks, Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, Dr. Connell Cohen, and also a significant portion of my review involved notes from nurse Erin Filati, at the time Erin Borum, who spent a significant time with Ms. Heard in her direct company. I also reviewed exhibits, quite a few audio recordings, a video recording, several video recordings, or possibly photographs. I might be getting them confused, and multiple witness statements, testimony, and declarations.
Did there come a time when you met directly with Ms. Heard?
Yes, I did. So in conducting my evaluation, I met with Ms. Hurd on 2 separate dates, December 10th and December 17th, 2021.
Approximately how much time have you spent with Ms. Hurd?
So the evaluation, we spent 12 hours directly with one another. However, there were more hours involved in the evaluation with some breaks. So we spent 7 hours together on the first day, December 10th. Not necessarily together because there was a 1 hour lunch break and about a half hour with breaks split up through the day. And then on the 17th, we spent a little more than 8 hours in the evaluation from start to finish with a 1 hour break and another half hour of breaks distributed throughout the day.
As a result of the work that you performed, did you form any opinions with respect to Ms. Hurd?
I did.
What were those opinions?
The results of Ms. Hurd's evaluation supported 2 diagnoses, borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder.
What is a diagnosis?
A diagnosis is a way that that psychologists, psychiatrists, anybody in the mental health field thinks about a disorder. It helps us to communicate a set of symptoms that a person is experiencing, and along with that set of symptoms, it tells other professionals a lot about how those symptoms might have developed, how that person might behave, perceive the world. It also drives treatment. The real purpose is to determine what sort of interventions will be most effective for the person.
Yeah. Previously, you made reference to, I think you called it the DSM-5. What's
Yes.
that?
So the DSM-5, that stands for the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, version 5, and that contains every diagnosis we use in mental health, and it's the authoritative manual of mental diagnoses.
Is performing diagnoses something you typically do in your line of work?
Yes.
Thank you. So you referenced 2 personality disorders. What's a personality disorder?
To understand a personality disorder, I think it can be helpful first to kind of define personality. So personality is something we take for granted, but these are the traits, the characteristics, the way we think, we feel, and we act that make us who we are. And these traits are pretty stable over time and across situations. We might, be sure to mind our P's and Q's when we're meeting somebody new. But overall, if somebody were to describe us or if we were to describe ourselves, we have a pretty good sense of who we are. Sometimes an easy way to think of it is imagining how you might describe a brother or sister or a child if you have children. Their personalities are pretty clear to you. A personality disorder is some sort of dysfunction in those enduring traits. So as opposed to other types of mental illness, when you think about something like depression, that's episodic. It comes and it goes, and when it's treated with medication, it can pretty much be completely mitigated or minimized in a person's life, and their personality is still there, separate from the depression. When we have a personality disorder, there are going to be disturbances in several different areas that are visible in almost all different facets of their life.
Is there a manner in which personality disorders are commonly diagnosed?
Yes, so they can be diagnosed in a treating environment. Treating psychologist or a therapist or a psychiatrist simply does a diagnostic interview, which involves assessing multiple areas of a person's history back down through childhood.
I'm going to stop you for a second.
Yes.
What's a treating environment?
Sometimes I'll slip into these words. I apologize. So a treating environment in therapy, if somebody is going in for treatment, the mental health provider will ask them questions to find out what sort of symptoms they've experienced and what sort of things have occurred in their life that might be consistent with these disorders, or rule out these disorders, prove that there is no reason for these disorders to be considered. They might also pay attention to their observations of the client over time and new information the client provides them. The most reliable way, however, to ever come about a diagnosis really is through a comprehensive psychological assessment. And I might use the words assessment, examination, testing interchangeably. They all mean the same thing. It's combining information from multiple different sources One main source is psychological testing using validated objective measures. That means that they've been tested, they've been shown to be accurate for testing what you want to test, and in the environment you're testing. So there are measures specific for court environments where someone might respond differently. You integrate that with the same interview I was telling you that people would do for therapy. We do that as well. And then in a courtroom setting, you're going to look at all the legal records, all of those documents, corroborating information to sort of check your hypotheses that may be developing, and also check against the examinee's statements to confirm whether you have enough evidence of a certain diagnosis.
So what's a clinical interview?
A clinical interview is a very comprehensive interview. It includes a person's entire life history, as well as very specifically looks at any symptoms they might have. This can start as far back as birth. You might find out if there were any issues with their delivery, any genetic issues, any intellectual issues. How did they do? What was their home life like? How was discipline handled? What's their relationship with their primary caregivers? Were they raised by an aunt, an uncle, their parents? How many siblings do they have? How do they get along with their siblings? How many times did they have to move? Was there any abuse? Did they have any really significant life experiences that come to mind when they think about their childhood? How were they as a student? Did they need special services? Did they get in trouble at school? And you do this, you continue on high school. What were their hobbies? Did they play sports? How many friends did they have? Did they have any trouble keeping those friendships? Then you get into adulthood. Did they go to college? Did they not go to college? How come? What sort of jobs have they held? How did those jobs go? How did they end? That's always an important question. What sort of romantic relationships have they been involved in? How do they identify sexually, culturally? Let's see, what else? What sort of symptoms have they experienced? You go through the entire gamut of some of the main symptoms. You might screen for depression, any disorganized thinking. That means thinking that isn't necessarily in touch with reality, and any current distress they may be having today.
How did you conclude that Ms. Heard suffers from the personality disorders that you identified?
So there was information that supported it from multiple sources. I conducted testing, including one of the main tests that I used. She obtained scores that were consistent with those diagnoses. And then I also, there was evidence of those diagnoses in her records and in her self-report.
Okay.
All right, counsel, why don't we just go ahead and pause for a second while we go ahead and take our morning recess, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our 15-minute morning recess. Do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay?
Your Honor, when would you like to reconvene?
Give me a moment, sir. And doctor, since you're on the stand now, do not discuss your testimony with anybody to include the attorneys at this point, okay?
Understood.
All right, let's go ahead and we'll come back at 11:45, okay? All right, thank you.
Your Honor.
All rise.
Ready for the jury? Okay. All right, you have your seat. And your next question, sir?
Thank you, Your Honor. But Dr. Curry, before the break, you were talking about some of the factors that you considered in determining that Ms. Heard suffers from personality disorders. And one of them, I think the last one you said before you left, was self-report. What do you mean by that?
So the self-report would be things that Ms. Heard indicated to me specifically. So there were a couple of characteristics that she noted in her self-report that were consistent with these personality disorders. The first was actually my own behavioral observations of her based on her self-report. So one of the hallmark characteristics of histrionic personality disorder is sort of a overly dramatic presentation. We call this impressionistic speech. So it tends to be very flowery. It uses a lot of descriptive words like magical, wonderful, and it can go on for quite some time, and yet it really lacks any substance. So at the end, you're left wondering what was just said or what the answer is to the actual question. So that occurred a number of times, and it also represented the quick shifts you'll see between emotions. So she would suddenly be one way, and then she would become very animated or very sad. And when people are displaying these emotions with this personality disorder, there's a sense of shallowness to it. People who are observing them will feel like it's almost play acting, and they might not be able to put their finger on it. But part of it is because of the rapidness with which the person can switch emotions, and also the lack of substance. They don't really refer to, I feel this way. They might describe emotions, they might describe events, but very rarely, and Ms. Heard did not say, I feel vulnerable. She never really indicated a vulnerable feeling of her own. Then the substance of her self-report. So when I was asking her information about her history.
We're going to ask more about that later. I was just trying to get a sense of what a self-report was.
Oh, okay.
What psychological tests did you perform?
Okay, so psychological tests, I'll just go in order. So first of all, I asked her a couple questions from something called the mini mental status exam. That's really just a fancy way of saying that I wanted to make sure that she was alert and oriented to, we call it person, place, and time. That means she knew who she was, she knew who I was, she knew where we were, and she knew the date. That way I can ensure that she's able to participate in the evaluation and understand what's happening. I then administered something called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory 2. The 2 means that it's the second edition. And this is something we call an objective measure. So it asks 567 questions, more statements, and the person either agrees or disagrees with them, how much the statement represents them. And this test has been around since 1943. There are more than 10,000 studies showing that it is appropriate for determining somebody's personality traits. It measures all of those things I sort of mentioned, how a person thinks, feels, and behaves in multiple different aspects of their lives. It also measures very accurately any signs of mental illness or dysfunction. And the reason I also really like this test, whenever you're using a test for an evaluation that's going to be used in a forensic setting, people have a lot of incentive to present themselves in a way that's going to benefit their case. And they may want to look like they're sicker than they really are. They may want to look much healthier than they really are. And some of those incentives, they may not even realize that they're intending to do that. So it can be conscious or unconscious, but you really need to have a test that can check for that. And the MMPI-2 has a set of validity scales, we call them. These are scales that measure really the truthfulness and accuracy with which a person is approaching the test. And these scales on this particular test have been so well researched over many decades that they've become very nuanced, and they can tell us a lot about if somebody's, for instance, exaggerating. Are they elevating one of the scales that shows that they're exaggerating on purpose? Are they exaggerating in a manner that's more like a cry for help? Are they exaggerating in a manner that's clever and sophisticated or more obvious? And then the same exact thing goes for trying to minimize symptoms. We have a number of scales that can show us all the different, if somebody's trying to say they're the most wonderful person on earth, or if they're just trying to deny problems, and if they're doing that again in a very clever way or more of an obvious way. So that test was my choice for this case. There's one other reason I'd like to add, is that part of my evaluation was, one of the reasons was to assess whether Ms. Heard has post-traumatic stress disorder, which I told you about earlier, as a result of the incidents that she's alleged occurred by Mr. Depp. And that's a really tough disorder to find out if somebody's faking it or not. It's one of the most easily faked disorders. Most of us know what it feels like to feel anxious. And a lot of people have seen war movies and movies that depict somebody having PTSD. In fact, some research has shown that if you give someone a diagnostic checklist and said, show that you have PTSD, they can do it 96% of the time, just someone on the street. So you really need a test that's very sensitive to that. And the MMPI-2 has been shown in multiple studies to be excellent at detecting those attempts.
Okay, you keep using MMPI-2. That's the abbreviation that you folks use for?
I'm sorry if I hadn't said that. That's the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory.
Okay. What other psychological testing did you perform?
So I also performed the clinician-administered PTSD scale, -5, and that -5 links it to the diagnosis for PTSD in our current diagnostic manual, the 5th version. To do that test, you first administer something called the Life Events Checklist. And the Life Events Checklist, both of these tests, by the way, were developed by the National Center for PTSD with the Department of Veterans Affairs. But the Life Events Checklist lists 16 different very stressful life events that people can go through that are often can be associated with developing PTSD. And then it also has a 17th item that you can fill in if you feel like you've been through something really difficult that wasn't included. Now, I like to also add something called the Life Events Checklist 5 interview, which digs a little bit deeper into the person's childhood as well to find out if there's so many different things that can be difficult growing up. And also, it's very important that you have the person determine which of the events they've listed, let's say they have a number of different types of traumas, which one do they feel like was the most traumatic for them? Which one still causes them to feel distressed when they talk about it? And sometimes they can't just identify one. And then that leads to your next decision. So if they have multiple different similar types of events, like seeing combat, then you might use that as the worst one, the multiple similar. So that looks like you describe an anchor, we call it, to do the testing, and we would maybe describe the anchor as the worst of my combat experience, okay? Now, if somebody had multiple different traumas from different times in their life, like childhood abuse, and then went to combat and had some horrible things happen there, you would do the clinician-administered PTSD scale test, the one that comes after. You do one for the childhood event and a separate one for the adulthood event.
Does this clinician-administered PTSD scale have a handy abbreviation?
It does. We'll call it the CAPS-5. That's actually what it goes by.
Okay. How common is the use of the MMPI-2 in your profession?
The MMPI-2 is actually the most commonly used assessment worldwide by mental health professionals and in forensic settings for the court.
Why'd you use it?
I used it for that purpose and for its excellent validity in those settings across genders, across ethnicities, for different reasons. And when I keep saying validity, by the way, what I mean is accuracy, and I'll try to work that in. But then also for detecting the accuracy with which a person reports PTSD.
Okay. Is that scaled in some way?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Does that make use of a scale in some way?
The MMPI-2, do you mean specifically for PTSD?
Yes.
There's actually a combination of scales you want to look for. You would never make the diagnosis just based on one scale alone, or even on the test alone. You'd integrate other data.
How did you administer the MMPI-2 to Ms. Hurd?
I provided her the test on an iPad. She essentially had her own little desk area and then an iPad. She hits start, it provides her with the instructions, and then it gives her 567 statements in order. For each one, she taps true or false.
What did you learn about Ms. Hurd from the results of the MMPI-2?
Quite a bit. I wrote up a 25-page interpretation outline. It has numerous scales. So one of the reasons I like this measure so much is that it can tell you so much about multiple different traits and tendencies and mental issues. One of the primary things I learned was that she had a very sophisticated way of minimizing any personal problems. I also learned that she tends to, there were a number of characteristics that were consistent with the eventual diagnoses, but some of the primary characteristics, and I'm going to try to condense 25 pages here, were essentially externalization of blame, tending to have a lot of inner hostility that is attempted to be controlled, a tendency to be very self-righteous, but to also deny that self-righteousness and to judge others critically against these sort of high standards for moral value, but also to deny doing that. Essentially to claim that one is very non-judgmental and accepting and yet very full of rage, really. And these aren't facts, but her scores essentially correlated. So they were consistent with other people who obtained these scores who have been shown through many studies to have these very specific traits. So externalization of blame, a lot of inner anger and hostility. Sometimes that anger among these groups with similar scores, these people might have that anger kind of explode out at times. They tend to be very passive aggressive. They may be self-indulgent, very self-centered. They could use manipulation tactics to try to get their needs met, very needy of attention, acceptance, approval. They tend to distance people who are close to them. Initially, they may seem very charming. They're very socially sophisticated, actually. That was a major component on there. They have a capacity to kind of offer some of their faults, but in a way, but only the ones that people think of lightly and can all relate to. And so they can present as very fair and balanced, but in actuality, they really might be very judgmental of others and unaware of problems in their behavior and their thinking.
So after you provide the examination via the iPad, what do you do?
So once they've completed the test, you can have it scored by the computer immediately. It's a very complex test to interpret, but right away you get a list of what's called critical items, and these are just a couple of the items, the statements that are presented that are more clearly symptom-based, and I always follow up with the examinee. Some of these might have to do with suicide, some of them might have to do with other symptoms that you just like to get a little bit more information on, because sometimes an examinee might tell you they're completely fine when you're doing your interview with them and that they have no symptoms. And then when they take the test, it says that they're having trouble sleeping, or they struggle with nausea all the time, or they feel very anxious. And so you want to follow up on that.
Okay. What's a code type?
A code type, let me think of how to explain this very, very simply. So the main scales, and I keep referring to scales, these are just the main scores that come up on this test. We can refer to them as codes. And when I was saying that Ms. Heard's scores could be compared to certain groups of people that had been researched before to obtain similar scores, the research has shown that certain people will have certain scores that kind of spike on this, okay? And so all of those traits that I was describing, those are traits that are found in these code types. So it means that score number 2 was high, and score number 6 was high. And so if we have those two scores were both high, then that's a 2-6 code type. And these code types...
What code type was Ms. Heard?
Ms. Heard had the clearest code type was 3-6, but then she also had some other code types that were less significant.
What characteristics are associated with a 3-6 code type?
So a 3-6 code type, a lot of that anger is expressed in this code type. There can be actually a lot of cruelty, usually with people who are less powerful. Actually, when you see this code type, you want to, if you can, to follow up with subordinates, co-workers, people who may have observed their behavior more closely. The 3-6 code type is very concerned with their image, very attention-seeking, very prone to externalizing blame to a point where it's unclear whether they can even admit to themselves that they do have responsibility in certain areas. A lot of suppressed and denied anger, but the anger is very present, will explode out, and a lot of issues in their close relationships.
How does Ms. Heard's code type fit in with your overall opinion as to personality disorders?
Well, this might be an appropriate time to describe a little bit about these personality disorders, because I think what you'll hear is that there's a lot of consistency there. So borderline personality disorder is a disorder of stability. It's instability, and it's instability in personal relationships, it's instability in their emotions, it's instability in their behavior, and it's instability in their sense of self and their identity. And that instability is really driven by this underlying terror of abandonment. So one of the key features also of this disorder, and all of it is like pistons of an engine kind of firing off and igniting one another. But when somebody is afraid of being abandoned by their partner or by anybody else in their environment, and they have this disorder, they'll make desperate attempts to prevent that from happening. And those desperate attempts could be physical aggression, it could be threatening, it could be harming themselves. But these are behaviors that are usually very extreme and very concerning to the people around them. The anger is typically what, sadly, it's counteractive, right? So the thing these people fear most is being abandoned, but over time, the anger, the explosive anger that they show when somebody is needing space, or when somebody's really not doing anything wrong, because a lot of times they read into things that they perceive as being a slight to them or being somebody intending to harm them that actually isn't happening. They'll exaggerate it, and they'll explode. They'll react in this heightened manner that is just exhausting for their partners. Oftentimes, their partners will try to make them happy at first and really allow themselves to be a punching bag, thinking that they can somehow solve this problem, that somehow they can make this better, and eventually it just overwhelms them. Histrionic personality disorder is very
Before
similar.
we move on to that.
Okay.
Are you familiar with the term emotional reactivity?
I am.
What is that?
So emotional reactivity is very common in the diagnosis. So essentially, like I said, there's instability in emotions. People with borderline personality disorder are often misdiagnosed as having bipolar disorder because they can be up and down. They can look very depressed, then they can look very elated, but these changes are happening within a matter of hours. Somebody with bipolar disorder, this is a clinical depression lasting days, weeks, a clinical mania where sometimes they even need to be hospitalized because they're so grandiose. They clear out their bank account and go to Vegas and spend it all. They're acting in some very bizarre ways. With borderline personality disorder, you're having these fluctuating moods constantly. And again, this hypersensitivity to being slighted or feeling offended, really driven by the fear that if you're offended or slighted, if the therapist comes in 2 minutes late, or if somebody shows up to dinner 2 minutes late, that they might be abandoning you. And it's not as if the borderline is considering themselves abandoned in that moment, but they just know that they have this overwhelming emotion, and there are no attempts to control that emotion. There are no attempts to regulate it. So if they're in the middle of the restaurant and they feel offended, they're going to start the fight. People are going to see it, or they might just start crying or break down, but they'll make a lot of accusations, and that reactivity is when you're going to see a lot of this escalation in the bizarre behavior. They can react violently, they can react aggressively, they will often physically prevent their partner from trying to leave if their partner wants to get space from all of this intense emotion, and oftentimes they will be abusive to their partners in these situations. Sometimes they'll physically restrain them from leaving and become injured that way, but also people with borderline personality disorder, it seems to be a predictive factor for women who implement violence against their partner. And one of the most common tactics that they'll use is actually physically assaulting and then getting harmed themselves. But mostly, we call this administrative violence. So essentially, this is saying that they'll make threats using the legal system. So they might say that they are going to file a restraining order or claim abuse, or they might do these things to essentially try to keep their partner from leaving. In the moment, again, they're not consciously thinking, I'm going to keep my partner from leaving right now. They're just thinking, I can't stand this. I hate my partner. They went from idealizing to suddenly devaluing because of the hurt, and they'll do anything to express that big emotion of anger.
Your Honor, may we approach?
All right, yes, sir.
Okay. You indicated you were talking about emotional reactivity. What, if any, emotional reactivity did you observe in your review? And let's do this one at a time.
Okay. So there were a couple indications to me. First, I can sort of think about it with the treatment records. So particularly Dr. Cohen-Connell's, am I getting the name right? I feel like for some reason in my mind I might have just reversed it. But Dr. Cohen's records, I did reverse it. He actually refers to this reactivity quite a bit and to Ms. Heard's temper, and that temper, it's often branded, or being hot-headed, is really characteristic of borderline personality disorder, as is their very charming, personable nature. This is a disorder of contradictions. In Nurse Filati's notes, I thought there was something interesting. She references a night when they're out to dinner, I believe in London, and she provided positive reinforcement to Ms. Heard because Ms. Heard had been disappointed by a mistake made by the server, and it sort of references how previously she might have criticized the server or become upset by that, and that she didn't this time, and so that had been some sort of a step forward. And there was also an indication actually in Dr. Hughes's, Dr. Hughes is a forensic psychologist who had been appointed by Ms. Heard to conduct as an evaluation as well. In Ms. Hughes's interview of Ms. Heard disclosed that she had cut her arm in the past, which is a typical reactive type thing somebody with this diagnosis can do. It's one of the symptoms. And that's sort of all I can think of top of my mind from the treatment records. Moving into some of the declarations or deposition testimony, what struck me was Ms. Raquel Pennington's testimony. She's a former friend of Ms. Heard's, and she told a story about, I suppose, they were shopping for Thanksgiving accoutrements, something to prepare for Thanksgiving, and Ms. Heard struck her in the face, sort of out of the blue, which is, I thought was interesting because that is one of those signs of borderline personality disorder where if a friend or a loved one isn't meeting your needs in that moment, people with borderline personality disorder can be very caring in their relationships as long as their needs are being met. They feel that their needs should be met when they want them met at a specific level, and if they're not, then that anger, that sense of harm causes them to react. So the striking Ms. Pennington, per Ms. Pennington's report in the declaration, or the testimony, I thought was pretty consistent. And then Ms. Heard's own self-descriptions.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a question about,
Sure.
You indicated Ms. Pennington was a former friend
Yes.
of Ms. Heard. Is there a relationship between borderline personality disorder and intimate relationships?
Yes, so the instability definitely translates to their relationships. You'll see relationships start very intensely. People will, somebody with borderline personality disorder perceives the relationship as extremely close. This pattern of idealizing and devaluing is definitely at play. They do this with their lovers and also with their friends. And so this might be the perfect person, their perfect soulmate friend, perfect soulmate partner, and their engagement in the relationship is very alluring, very charming to the other person. And so initially everything seems great. But what occurs is that reality sets in. People are not perfect, even when we have a lot in common with them. Whereas most of us can accept somebody as a whole, somebody who has a little bit of flaws, and still think this is my great friend who always constantly running late for dinner. The person with borderline personality disorder, things are in these extremes, this black and white, we call it splitting. And so that person goes from being idealized, the perfect person, to dumpster. They are totally devalued. They are the worst friend. They don't care anything about me. I have better people around. And then there will be a repair because the person with this disorder does feel remorseful after they have these reactions, angry, tell their friend off. But over time, it wears away at these relationships. And so what you'll usually see is many, many transitions in their friendships over the years, people who have sort of fallen by the wayside, who were really very close-knit at one time, and then, but there's not a lot of consistency in the long term. You'll also see that with their intimate relationships, many, many relationships, but none that are particularly long-term.
How does borderline personality disorder relate to identity issues?
So again, that instability also travels toward identity. And when I was describing personality earlier, I was talking a little bit about those traits we have that help us know who we are. When you have borderline personality disorder, that actually is not something you understand. So people with this disorder actually take on the identity of the people they're spending time with because it's comforting. It's very uncomfortable to not know who you are. Some people with this disorder will describe a feeling of emptiness when they feel like they've been abandoned because now they don't know who they are in the world. And so when somebody with this disorder is going through that initial enmeshment phase with new people and they're idealizing them, they often will take on the identities of those people. So they may mimic them in a lot of ways. They might mimic the way they dress, their interests, the way they talk. And for this reason, the people around somebody with this disorder kind of from the outside may feel like, wait, I thought you were this way, now you're advocating for this, and this is your new main interest in life, or the thing you're throwing yourself into all completely. Music tastes might change, hobbies will change, the way they dress.
Okay. In addition to borderline personality disorder, I understand that you diagnosed another personality disorder. What's that?
So histrionic personality disorder, and these are really two sides of the same coin. They belong to the same cluster. We call these clusters. It's a way to organize personality disorders in that DSM. And this cluster is described as the personality disorders that are dramatic, erratic, and emotional. Okay, so unpredictable, but really having to do with emotions and relationships. They're very similar. Whereas I was saying that borderline personality disorder, a lot of the key features that you're going to notice are instability. When it comes to histrionic, a lot of the key features are going to be drama and shallowness. Similarly, with borderline personality disorder, there's this underlying drive of avoiding abandonment. With histrionic personality disorder, that underlying drive is to always be the center of attention. Because if you don't have that attention on you, it feels similarly to borderline personality disorder. You feel pretty empty, like you don't have that sense of being or of value, okay? So whereas borderline personality disorder might have more of the visible reactivity if somebody seems to be leaving, with histrionic personality disorder, what you're going to see is extreme discomfort with not being the center of attention, extreme efforts to be the center of attention, and when they feel that they're not the center of attention, you will see some strange things, making up stories to try to get attention, often taking on a victim or princess role. Those two roles in particular are pretty consistent. Seeking caretaking. Borderline personality disorder is similar because with borderline personality disorder, these shifts of identity and the splitting, you might see somebody go from being, in the DSM it describes it as a needy supplicant of help, seeking the perfect caretaker, to suddenly being the avenger against injustice or thinking that their partner is a terrible person. With histrionic, what you'll see is somebody who wants to be the center of attention, has sort of that impressionistic speech, very flowery, very enthusiastic, but nothing's really being said. The moment your attention wears away, because they're so demanding for attention, that's when they might take the victim role or the princess role and even make up stories. Sometimes those stories are to bolster the victim role. Sometimes those stories are just to make them look more interesting or accomplished in their mind so that they can get respect and attention that way.
Is there a relation between histrionic personality disorder and attractiveness?
There is, strangely, and this is always one of the trickiest things to talk about because how is that a symptom? But characteristically, people with this disorder are very, very interested in looks, but more importantly, they utilize their looks to get that attention, to get that respect that they're seeking. And so this type of a personality might be flirtatious with everybody. Characteristically, they actually couldn't even be subtly, and when I say flirtatious, I'm not talking overtly sexy, but kind of inappropriately flattering. Sometimes they act in a kind of a girlish way to be cute and to engender attention. And this will even occur in their therapy relationships as a way to sort of avoid getting negative feedback or criticism. Oftentimes they'll bring the therapist gifts or be distracting if they engage in therapy because they just don't want any criticism. They want the therapist to like them.
Does the intelligence of the affected person bear on the manner in which these disorders present?
Excuse me, I choked a little at my water. Yes, and I think one way to think about it that's probably a little more accurate than just intelligence is, in psychology, we would describe this more as sophistication. So street smarts, so to speak. The way, for instance, I've had many clients who have borderline personality disorder who are messy and really clearly suffering, and they might be difficult and all over the place and yell at you in the middle of a session, but it's so, it's not tailored. It's so much easier to work with because of that just openness and rawness of it, genuineness. Sometimes you'll have a more sophisticated presentation. There are 9 symptoms and only 5 have to be met. So there are a lot of different combinations and different ways it can present. And sometimes you'll have more of a petulant version of this where it really shows when you push the button and you're kind of, whoa, what was that? So somebody who's really productive, high functioning, successful, and you get to know them and you think they're fantastic because they're so interested in you too. And you might not realize it, but they're mimicking you perfectly. So you're really just kind of falling in love with this new friend who is being you. But then all of a sudden, you say something that they think is offensive, and you can't, even in your wildest thoughts, understand how that could have offended somebody, but their reaction is so strong that you kind of buy into it. Gosh, maybe I did say something offensive, and you feel bad about it. So that sophisticated version, they can be a little bit more calculated in the way they present. They tend to kind of hit you where it hurts a little bit more, and they can be actually very, very destructive.
What conclusions were you able to draw about Ms. Hurd's sophistication from her testing?
Well, from her testing and from her presentation, she was very likable, but her testing in particular showed that she approached it in a manner that, remember I told you about those scales that are pretty neat. She approached it in a manner that very clearly minimized any psychological dysfunction, not just that, but really presented herself as free of any problems. And she did so in a way that was very, very sophisticated, not obvious, by responding to questions that most people might not notice were trying to detect that.
How did you determine that?
So that's based on a particular scale on the MMPI-2 that is designed specifically to detect a type of responding that's a little bit more clever, a little bit more sophisticated, minimizing problems in a way that most lay people probably wouldn't understand, and even providers, very difficult to detect.
You mentioned that one of the characteristics of borderline personality disorder is emotional reactivity. How might that present in an intimate relationship?
So I think it probably presents mostly, or you'd see the bulk of it in intimate relationships because of that regular interaction and the desire for your partner to meet all of your needs, to be the perfect caretaker. Also that the hallmark of the disorder with the splitting, so idealizing, devaluing, and the perceiving of all sorts of neutral events as somehow demeaning or disrespectful. It's regular escalations of anger, frustrated complaints, criticisms of your partner, but because the person with borderline personality disorder, first of all, they're more sensitive to things. They feel distress more strongly, and then that distress lasts longer. So these types of blow-ups go on forever, and they're very cyclic. It feels like you just can't get a resolution, and eventually the partner will try to leave, will want to leave to take a break. It wears them down, and that's when the borderline might explode and act very aggressively or violently to try to prevent them from leaving.
In addition to diagnosing Ms. Heard with these two personality disorders, did you form another opinion about Ms. Heard's mental status?
Yes, so go ahead.
If the answer to that is yes, I'm going to now ask you,
Okay,
what
yes,
was that?
I did.
Okay, what is it?
So in addition to looking for Ms. Heard's general mental status, any psychological issues that were present, I very specifically was assessing to determine whether post-traumatic stress disorder was present, and it was not.
How do you know that?
So first of all, from multiple information sources, right? So I was integrating the interview, my review of the data, the case records, other people's testimony, her treatment records. And then I also conducted, in addition to the MMPI-2 and looking at that data, I also conducted the clinician-administered PTSD scale, the CAPS-5, which is the gold standard PTSD assessment developed by the National Center for PTSD, shown to be valid, accurate for use not just with service members, but also with civilians, men, women, all genders, and also all ethnicities, and then also specifically for use in a courtroom setting.
How do you conduct the CAPS-5?
So the CAPS-5 is a standard interview. What that means is that it's an interview with very clear questions that are scripted, and you ask those same questions every time you test a person. So because you're doing that, you're actually taking something that would typically be kind of subjective, an interview with somebody, and you're making it more objective. When you ask those same questions in the same way every time somebody's assessed with this, now you can apply a scoring protocol and actually score their responses.
Okay. As a result of applying those protocols, what did you conclude?
Ms. Heard did not have PTSD, and there were also pretty significant indications that she was grossly exaggerating symptoms of PTSD when asked about them.
How did you make that latter conclusion?
So one of the strengths of this test, as I mentioned, the important thing about any test used when you're doing an evaluation in forensics is to make sure that the person is responding accurately. And this test does that by not just asking people whether they have a symptom, but asking follow-up questions that draw out very detailed accounts of every single symptom of PTSD. And when you're really familiar with this disorder, which you need to be to administer this test, there are nuances in the way a person will describe their symptoms that have been shown repeatedly to indicate exaggeration or faking. There are also indications when somebody is clearly giving you a genuine response.
Okay. What, if any, symptoms of PTSD did you observe in Ms. Heard?
So there are 20 kind of core symptoms that somebody can manifest with PTSD. You don't have to have all of them. Ms. Heard initially said that she had, in the first question, you say, do you ever have this, before you get to the more nuanced follow-up questions. When I asked that first question on each item, she initially said, yes, I have that, to 19 of the 20 symptoms. That's not typical even of somebody with the most disabling form of PTSD. When we eventually sort of dialed it down, she had 3 remaining symptoms. And having symptoms of any disorder is common for all of us. Some of us struggle with sleep. Some of us get anxious. It could be several different disorders. It could just be that you have this struggle in your life. But she had 3 specific symptoms that I scored as present. Off the top of my head, I might miss one, but one was sleep disturbance. So she reported that she has frequent nightmares. Another one was that she said that she tends to have a startle response. So if she gets startled or surprised, she tends to stay in sort of a hyper startle mode for quite a while. And that's consistent with a couple of things. It can be consistent with PTSD if other criteria are met. It's also consistent with childhood complex trauma, which is something that can occur when your brain is forming. If you constantly feel unsafe, if your parents are abusive, or if they're not present, if you're neglected, you can develop certain physiological responses that can stay for a long time in your life. So I noted that seemed like a very genuine, accurate account where she stays in the state of kind of hyper arousal, has a hard time calming down if she gets surprised.
You mentioned nightmares as well.
Yes.
Did she recount for you the nature of the nightmares?
So they were vague. She indicated that she has recurrent nightmares and that she feels as though she's being held down. There was some conflict in that account because even though that could be a PTSD symptom, it is fairly vague, but I still scored it as present. And in her initial treatment with with Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, which I believe started before she began dating Mr. Depp, she had indicated to Dr. Jacobs, according to Dr. Jacobs's notes, that she was having repetitive nightmares back then and that they were related to her childhood trauma. And so that came up several times in the notes. Dr. Jacobs kept mentioning that.
Thank you. What is feigning?
Feigning is essentially faking or exaggerating symptoms that aren't present.
Does the CAPS-5 control for that?
It doesn't necessarily control for it. It can expose it by drawing out the...
How does that work?
Because you're not just simply handing the person a checklist that says, here are all the symptoms of PTSD. Why don't just check off the ones you have, which clearly if you're trying to look like you have PTSD, you would just check them all. The CAPS-5, because it requires them to describe in detail how they experience the symptom, where it shows up, what it looks like, what sort of examples they can give you, how many times it's happened in the last couple of weeks, how many times it's happened in the last month. By the end of each symptom, you've gotten a very good picture of a couple things. One, does it meet the definition of the symptom? Are they getting it right? Is this actually the symptom, or are they kind of confusing this with something else? Number two, are they giving you very vague accounts? Are they giving you kind of a stereotyped idea of what the symptom is based on media or movies or something that actually is completely different from genuine experiences of this symptom? Or are they giving you a very genuine, heartfelt, sometimes minimizing, but it's ticking all the boxes. Their mannerisms while they're describing it, the actual very specific, very nuanced, symbolic ways they're describing it. A lot of times it smells, it sounds. That all appears in genuine accounts, and it's something that people really get wrong when they're feigning.
In addition to your conclusion that Ms. Heard does not have PTSD, did you make a conclusion with respect to her symptoms?
Yes, actually I did. So, just because somebody doesn't have PTSD doesn't mean that they weren't harmed psychologically by whatever is being alleged. In this case, Ms. Heard is alleging that she was psychologically harmed and that she suffered PTSD because of abuse that she alleges occurred by Mr. Depp. So the MMPI-2 is helpful because it shows you kind of everything, any other symptoms. And then in Ms. Heard's own self-report and her prior treatment records, I knew that she had reported to me that she had had some other symptoms. So now what becomes really important is determining, and let me clarify one thing here, not so much a diagnosis, but did she start to experience symptoms during the relationship and after? Did they worsen after? Or could these types of symptoms or reports be explained by other factors? A, by feigning, B, by pre-existing conditions, or C, by other stressful life events that might have occurred. So the main symptoms that I was looking at didn't meet criteria for PTSD, right? There was also, substantial evidence of this sort of emotional dysregulation, emotional disorganization, the shallowness, the dramatic affect. Now, when you have a lot of childhood trauma, you can actually have some similar type presentation in adulthood. There are some differences though, but also that's not something that would have occurred after this relationship. So now I was looking at, are there indications that these types of things that she's described, this transient anxiety, the issues with sleep, were these there prior? And sure enough, Ms. Heard, in her own self-report, stated to me that when she first got to LA, she was seeking treatment for, in her words, blanket anxiety and depression. She also reported that she was taking medications. In general, none of them were helpful. That's actually very typical of borderline personality disorder. Medications typically aren't very helpful for somebody with the disorder. They really need an intensive, lifelong type of therapy, which is not necessarily as relevant to this. But interestingly also, people with borderline personality disorder often respond really positively to stimulant medications that are given for ADD or ADHD. And in one of Nurse Filati's notes, she reported that Ms. Heard told her that none of the medications were working for her except for one Provigil, which is often prescribed as stimulant medication. And I just thought that was interesting and sort of consistent with more of these lifelong personality disorders that aren't necessarily caused by a harm by any allegations, but have been there and will remain there typically. The other issue, so the anxiety, she had already indicated that had been there prior, but the form of the anxiety. So looking at Dr. Hughes's testing and then also looking at the scores on the MMPI, when you look at all these little combinations of the scores, you can actually learn a lot about, is the anxiety related to an event, or is this more a person who tends to be an anxious person regardless of what's going on in their life? And somebody might describe them as a worrywart. And the scores, the little combination of scores that she obtained actually indicated that it was the latter, that her anxiety tends to be separate from events and more just kind of a constant, and it comes and goes, but it's more of a trait.
I have no further questions for this witness.
All right. Maybe why don't we go ahead and, Ms. Breda, go ahead and have our lunch break. It might be a good idea to break it up there. Okay, I know. I can see you jumping up. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch recess. Just again, do not do any outside research and don't discuss the case with anybody, okay? We'll have you back here. And again, Dr. Curry, since you're in the middle of your testimony, please do not discuss your testimony with anybody at this time, okay?
Understood. Thank you,
All right,
Your
let's just, while we come back at 1:50, okay? Come back at 1:50? All right, thank you. your seats. All right, cross-examination. You can sit down, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Curry, you're not board certified, correct?
No, I'm not.
Not in clinical psychology or in forensic psychology, correct?
No, I'm a licensed clinical psychologist.
But you're not board certified?
No,
Okay. And you also have only been practicing approximately 8 years, is that correct?
that's not correct.
How many years?
I've been licensed for 10 years,
Okay.
and I've been practicing for about 15 years.
Okay. And that includes what you went through with your different trials in Hawaii and everything else that you testified to, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you went to Mr. Depp's home for dinner and drinks before you were hired as an expert in this case, correct?
That's not quite right. I was interviewed at Mr. Depp's home by his legal team. Dinner was served.
You, in attendance with Mr. Depp was Adam Waldman, correct?
Yes.
Ben Chu, correct?
Yes.
Camille Vasquez?
Yes.
Okay. And the dinner lasted approximately 3 to 4 hours, correct?
Yes.
And it included
The interview.
drinks, correct?
Yes. Dinner and I believe drinks were served.
Okay. And this was before you were hired as an expert, correct?
Yes, this was an interview so that they could make an informed decision as to whether or not to retain me.
And don't you think that's a little odd that you're getting interviewed by Mr. Depp to decide whether you're going to testify adversely against Amber Heard?
I was interviewed by the legal team.
Okay. And Mr. Depp was present. It was his home, correct?
Yes.
And he was serving dinner and drinks.
He was
Correct.
not serving dinner and drinks.
Well, it was at his house, at his behest, correct?
Yes, it was at his house.
Okay. And you were contacted by Camille Vasquez, somebody you knew in the community, in February of 2020. Is that correct?
I knew of Ms. Vasquez professionally. We live in the same city, and I work with many attorneys.
Okay. And at that time, you not only knew Johnny Depp, you'd seen a number of his TV and movie roles, and you believed he was a good actor, correct?
Not correct. I did not know Johnny Depp. I
Well,
had
you knew
seen
of
several of
him.
his movies.
You knew who he was.
Yes.
Right. And you believed he was a good actor,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And then you provided an expert designation in this case before ever seeing Amber or having an opportunity to review any documents or records. Isn't that correct?
I did not provide an expert designation. That's an attorney thing. My opinions are contained in my report.
Let's pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 884, please. This was plaintiff's designation, identification of expert witnesses in this case. And this is dated February 2021. That's a year after you went to dinner at Mr. Depp's house, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it attributes, if you go to page 13, it says you have 3 opinions. The first of those is that Amber Heard, quote, exhibits patterns of behavior that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially borderline personality disorder. Did I get that right?
I'm reading that here. That is not my opinion.
Okay.
Well,
but
it's a current
attributed-
opinion, but this was not an opinion of mine then. I didn't have any opinions at that time.
It says Dr. Curry will testify, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And this is a signed pleading, correct? On behalf of Mr. Depp.
I'm not sure I understand what that means.
You don't understand what a signed pleading is?
No.
Okay. Do you understand that Mr. Depp's counsel prepared this and served it on Ms. Heard's counsel?
I'm not an attorney. I don't understand necessarily all of these procedures.
Okay. Are you aware that Mr. Depp is on an audio recording years earlier taunting Amber Heard that she has a borderline personality disorder?
I was made aware of that in this case, yes.
So you did that
Actually,
one of the audio
not
tapes you
necessarily
listened to?
taunting, but I do recall hearing that Mr. Depp had used that phrase.
So it's a coincidence that you now think she has those attributes after the attorneys listed it in February 2021 before you'd looked at anything, and Mr. Depp had made that accusation to Ms. Heard years earlier.
My opinions aren't based on coincidence.
It's objection. I'm
Okay.
sorry, Doctor.
Okay.
Yes. Compound, I'll sustain the objection.
All right. It's a coincidence then that you came up with symptoms of borderline personality disorder years later after Mr. Depp has been taunting Ms. Heard in an audio tape.
I can't speak to whether or not there's a coincidence. What I can tell you is my opinions are based on the results of my evaluation.
And it's a coincidence that Mr. Depp's counsel attributed that to you, said that to you in February 2021 before you'd looked at anything, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, would you agree that a disproportionate number of women are tagged with a diagnosis of borderline personality disorder?
No, that's not quite right.
75%?
The way you phrased it is not quite right.
Tell me what's right.
Okay, so there are more women who have been diagnosed with bipolar disorder than men. It's more prevalent in women.
And trauma can cause borderline personality disorders, can't it?
No.
Never?
Right now, we know that there are people who have borderline personality disorder who have sustained childhood trauma. There are also people who have borderline personality disorder who have had no childhood trauma. So like most personality disorders, and really like most mental health issues in general, there seems to be both a biological component. In this case with borderline personality disorder, the research tends to support a genetic component and possibly a neurological component. And then there is also possibly an environmental component triggering those genetic markers.
Do you know the percentage of women who are victims of IPV, intimate partner violence, or domestic abuse who are diagnosed with borderline personality disorders?
I can't tell you the percentage off of the top of my head, but I do know that there is a larger, women with borderline personality disorder tend to have a higher prevalence of being involved in intimate partner violence relationships, being the receiver of violence, and being the perpetuators of violence.
Now, you've never been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to whether someone has a bipolar disorder. Is that correct?
A bipolar disorder?
Yes.
That's not correct.
Okay. Bear with me.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you recall having your deposition taken in this case?
Yes,
On March 21, 2022?
I believe that was the date, yes.
And were you under oath at that time?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to ask you to turn to page 207. And the question was, have you ever been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to whether someone has bipolar disorder? And your answer at that time, will you please read to the jury?
I'm sorry, page 207?
207, line 5. Could you
No.
read? Okay, thank you. Now, when this designation was served in February of 2021, you had not rendered an opinion that, quote, Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially borderline personality disorder, correct?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part. What was that?
When this designation was served that you have in front of you as Plaintiff's Exhibit 884,
Oh, okay.
you had not rendered an opinion that, quote, Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially borderline personality disorder, correct?
No, I had not rendered any opinions. My opinions weren't finalized until after my evaluation.
Right. So when this came out, you had not rendered that opinion?
I had not rendered that opinion.
Okay. The second opinion that's listed in the February 2021 is that Ms. Heard repeatedly and characterologically perpetuated severe physical and psychological intimate partner violence, IPV, toward Mr. Depp over the course of their relationship. End of quote. Did I read that correctly?
It says perpetrated, but other than that, yes.
Okay. And so is it correct that that this pleading says in February 2021 that you are going to testify to that?
This document, yes.
Okay.
It says that.
And you have never been asked to testify as to whether anyone has behaviorally or characterologically conducted conduct that suggests they may be an IPV perpetrator, correct? I have to ask that again because I stumbled. Okay, I can't do characterologically. That one's just a tough one for me. Okay. You have never been asked to testify as to whether anyone has behavioral or characterological conduct that suggests they may have been an IPV perpetrator, correct?
No, I've never been asked to testify for that.
Okay. And that was not your opinion in February 2021, correct?
No.
And in fact, you do not hold that opinion now, and you were not even asked to provide such an analysis or opinion. Isn't that correct?
No. Or that is correct,
That's
yes.
correct. Okay. And you have never held that opinion, correct?
No, that is correct, yes.
Okay. And your third opinion, if we can go to page 14, was that Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false, end of quote. Do you see that?
I see that. You said it's my third opinion. That is not my opinion.
All right. But in this pleading, it says that you will testify to that, correct?
Yes, that's what this says.
Okay. And that was not your opinion in February 2021, was it?
No, as I said, I had not formed any opinions at that time. I had just been retained.
And in fact, you have never arrived at this opinion as an expert witness in this case, correct?
In terms, no, the opinions that I've rendered are provided in my report. And they're what I'm testifying to today.
And you have never arrived at this opinion as an expert witness in this case, correct?
I'll sustain it.
You have never arrived at the opinion that Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And in fact, you've said that has never been my opinion, correct?
What I'm saying is that the opinions in here, these are not my opinions. My opinions are provided in my report.
Can you please turn to page 255 of your deposition? And if we can start on 254 to give the context.
I don't have that page, I'm sorry.
254, line 11.
Oh, okay.
And the question is now, the next one is, quote, Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false, end of quote. Was that your opinion in February 2021? And you answered at that time, no, correct?
That is correct.
And then I asked, have you ever arrived at that opinion in the time that you have served as an expert witness in this case? And your answer was, could you read that to the jury, please?
Yes. So no, it's not the task. I was cut off, or essentially what I said then was, no,
Dr.
that's
Curry,
not the task of Dash. That was never my task to determine. Can I say what that means?
No. And then the question is, so is it fair to say that you have never arrived at an opinion that, quote, Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that suggest allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false, end of quote. And what was your answer?
Well, there was an objection.
All right, I'll read it for you if you're having difficulty.
Okay. No,
Your answer was, under oath, correct. That is not my opinion. That has never been my opinion. Isn't that what
Correct.
you said under
Yes.
oath on March 21st? Okay. And then I wrote, then I'm going to ask you, do you know who wrote this portion of the designation suggesting that these were your opinions in February of 2021? And what was your answer?
I said no.
Now, as of the time of this initial expert designation, you had not reviewed any materials, reached any opinions, correct?
I believe I had just started to review materials. I believe that I indicated that in my deposition. I had not yet rendered any opinions. I hadn't completed my review, and I hadn't conducted an evaluation.
Okay. And in fact, you've never testified as an expert on IPV, intimate partner violence. Isn't that correct?
I believe that is correct, but I may not be remembering all of my cases.
Oh, let's go to page 200.
Okay.
Line 17. My question was, have you ever testified as an expert on IPV? And your answer under oath then at line 22 was what?
Oh, gosh, let me catch up. Line 22. No.
And you've never testified as an expert on emotional distress damages associated with IPV, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you've never been asked to testify with respect to emotional damages associated with domestic violence or abuse, isn't that correct?
Again, I'm reluctant to say that's correct because with 15 years of experience, a lot of my cases have been complex, and that may have been a component, but I don't remember explicitly a case being just about that.
Let's go
Correct.
to page 199, line 20. My question to you was, have you ever been asked to testify with respect to emotional damages associated with domestic violence or abuse? And your answer under oath at that time was?
No.
I've not, right?
Sorry, I
isn't that
hadn't
what
found
you
the
said?
page in time.
Okay. You said, no, I've not.
But I have
correct?
not.
Okay. Now, you also have never been asked to testify on whether an individual is being truthful in saying that they are a survivor of IPV. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you have never qualified as an expert to speak to whether a person suffered from IPV, intimate partner violence, or was a victim or survivor of IPV. Is that correct?
That's outside the task of a psychologist to determine whether an event occurred. We assess behavior, we assess mental status, we don't detect crimes.
So you have not been asked to testify to that, correct?
It's not something that occurs, so no, I have not.
And you were not ultimately asked to provide any opinions on that, correct?
No, I was not.
Okay. Now, you did not disclose in any of the designations or your report that you had met with and had dinner and drinks with Mr. Depp, did you?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
Yes,
That
you did
confused
not
me.
disclose in any of the designations or in your report that you had dinner and drinks with Mr. Depp, correct?
I did not disclose that I was interviewed by the legal team, no.
I asked a different question. Are you trying to resist that you didn't have dinner with Mr. Depp and drinks?
I'm not trying to resist that, but it's not quite right.
You
What
did
you're
have dinner
stating.
with Mr. Depp, did you not?
I did, with
And
his
you had
legal
drinks
team
with
and
Mr. Depp, did you not?
And what?
You had drinks with Mr. Depp, did you not?
Drinks were served. This was over 2 years ago. I may have had a drink with dinner, yes.
In fact, you thought you had a mule something, right?
Possibly.
Yes, okay. And you didn't disclose that you had met with Mr. Depp, Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Vasquez at Mr. Depp's house for 3 to 4 hours and had dinner and drinks, correct?
I did not disclose that. It's not significant to the report.
You don't think that's significant, correct?
I don't.
Okay. But you've never been asked to meet with a client in his counsel before being retained as an expert, either before or after, have you?
No.
And you justified that it was okay in this case because it was a high-profile case.
That's not quite right. I justified it in this case. Actually, I sought consultation about it. First of all, the person who had retained his attorneys was unable to come to my office with his attorneys. And yes, this is a very visible case. It's been going on a very long time. And I understood that there would be a need to interview me and make an informed decision about my qualifications.
Can you look at page 240, please? Line 3 is my question. Would you agree it's a highly irregular to meet with the subject in a litigation? And your answer on that occasion was, I would not say it's highly irregular. I would say it's not something that I would typically do. However, I had not yet been retained on the case. This was a large, high-profile case, and I understood that I believed that it was appropriate for a person retaining me with such a high profile to meet me, to be able to vet me, essentially with the attorneys present prior to retaining me on his case. Do you recall that?
Yes.
That's what you said under oath, correct?
Yes.
And then I said, have you ever done that before? And you said, no. Correct? And then I said, have you ever done it since? And you said, no. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, would you agree that if you did not find something that would be in favor of Mr. Depp and negative to Ms. Heard, that you wouldn't be an expert in this case? That I can bring you into court if you're going to say that Ms. Heard is right and Mr. Depp is wrong, correct?
So as a forensic psychologist, my obligation is to the court, is to the fact finder. I present science regardless of what that science may be. Now, when I take a case, my retainer agreement is explicit about that, and I discuss that with the attorneys.
I'm asking you a question. I'd like you to try to answer my question. You understand that if you found favorably to Ms. Heard and negatively to Mr. Depp, you wouldn't be here, right? You wouldn't be testifying.
Objection speculative.
No, okay, sorry.
Hold on. The objection is speculation.
That's not speculation.
No, I'll sustain the objection if you want to ask.
Okay. It goes to bias, Your Honor.
I sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay, all right. You were, in fact, so excited about being involved in this case that you told your husband, even though this was a highly confidential matter, that you were going to be conducting the examination of Ms. Heard, didn't you?
That is not accurate.
You not only told your husband, but you told Ms. Heard that you told your husband, correct?
Ms. Bredehoff, that is not accurate.
What is accurate?
You're incorrect. That is not correct.
Is your testimony today under oath that you did not tell your husband that you were going to be conducting the examination of Amber?
That is my testimony.
Okay. Let's go to page 306. So the question that was asked was because you brought muffins, you said, from your husband, right? You gave those to Ms. Heard, correct?
May I clarify what occurred so that we can stop talking about the muffins? What happened was that I was getting ready that morning. I frequently bring muffins to the office. My husband did happen to know that there was going to be a celebrity client coming in because on the mornings that occurs, which often occurs, we have to actually clear the office and move the staff to the other office. So yes, on the one hand, he was aware of that. I was getting ready. I asked him to go to the bakery near our house and pick up the muffins for me because I was running late. He often has to do that because I often do run late. He brought the muffins back to the house. I brought them into the office. Ms. Heard and I enjoyed the muffins together. I think I made a comment to her along the lines like, we can thank my husband. My husband got these for us today, meaning he purchased the muffins. We are now enjoying them because of him.
Did you say on pages 305 and 306 that you frequently have examinations of high-profile clients? You want to just take a quick look and tell us?
What, 305, 306?
Yeah, that's where we're talking about it.
Is there a line you'd like me to look at?
You can start with 15, line 15, 305. Just read through that and tell me whether you said anywhere in there that you have a lot of high-profile examinations. You do this frequently.
Objection to improper impeachment.
I don't agree.
Won't you approach, please?
So why did your husband get the muffins for Amber Heard?
He did not get the muffins for Amber Heard.
He knew you had a high-profile client, and you were preparing for a very long time, and you asked him to pick up the muffins, correct?
I asked him to pick up the muffins for me, yes.
Okay. Now, would you agree that domestic abuse can be verbal?
Absolutely, yes.
Would you agree that domestic abuse can be emotional?
Yes, certainly.
Would you agree that domestic abuse can be psychological?
Yes.
Would you agree that domestic abuse can be physical?
Yes.
Now, you indicated, and I believe you testified in your direct, that it's very important to review the treatment records before forming opinions. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, that's the first thing you would do, correct?
Not necessarily the first, but it's part of the evaluation.
Let's go to page 261. And let's go to 260 because that's where I start the question. The question I asked was, and do you recall whether you'd review any of these by the designation on February 19, 2021? And you said, okay, I can't say for certain. What I can tell you is that knowing my normal procedure, I would have reviewed the treatment records first. Did you testify to that under oath then?
Yes.
Okay. Now, before we start getting into the ones that you testified about, I just want to be really clear about what you actually have as an opinion with respect to the borderline personality disorder and the histrionics. You didn't diagnose, you didn't actually have a DSM-5 diagnosis that Amber Heard suffers from either borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder, correct?
That's not correct.
In fact, your report says Ms. Heard demonstrates psychological symptoms of a combined borderline and histrionic personality disorder. Would you agree?
Yes, I did say that in also what designation was that? I believe January 18th that report was included? Yes.
Okay. And that's what you said at that time, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I said a little bit more than that as well.
You said, and I'll read it, I'll quote it, quote, based on the combined results of my interview with Ms. Heard, behavioral observations, psychometric test data, and review of the available records, Ms. Heard demonstrates psychological symptoms of a combined borderline and histrionic personality disorder, BHPD. That's
Yes.
what you wrote in your report as one of your conclusions, correct?
And that's a DSM-5 diagnosis.
And it did not say that you were diagnosing with a DSM-5 for borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder, did it?
That's what it says in different semantics.
Oh, so what you meant to
It
say...
did not use the words you just said.
Now, let's talk about the treatment records that you said that you reviewed. But I'm going to start with Rocky Pennington. Your testimony was that out of the blue, Amber hit Rocky Pennington, correct?
I can't remember exactly what I said, but I did reference Ms. Pennington's deposition that Ms. Heard struck Ms. Pennington in the face.
In
Yes.
fact, Ms. Pennington testified that she hit Ms. Heard. And in response to that, she can't recall, but Ms. Heard either pushed or slapped her, correct?
I don't recall.
That's a pretty important distinction, don't you think?
My recollection is that there was some sort of violence both ways in the relationship. Either way, it seemed that both of them might have been unstable. I'm only evaluating Ms. Heard.
So now we have an evaluation of Rocky Pennington?
No, I just said, but that was not relevant to my opinion because I'm only evaluating Ms. Heard.
But you testified to that on direct that that was a factor, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, wouldn't it make a big difference if Amber struck first or just responded back?
Given the dynamic, not necessarily. No, it would not have.
So now you're an expert on Rocky Pennington and her dynamics with Amber Heard. I'll withdraw. Okay, so now let's talk about Dr. Cowan. You not only reviewed his treatment records and his text messages and documents, but you also attended his deposition, did you not?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that Amber told him about Depp physically abusing her contemporaneous with the events?
I don't recall specifically his words, but I remember him recalling that she had disclosed abuse in their treatment, yes.
And do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that he received a text message contemporaneous that Johnny did a number on me tonight. I'm safe in my support tonight, but I need some real help. Do you remember him testifying to that?
I don't remember the testimony, but I do remember seeing that text message as one of the exhibits.
And do you remember Dr. Cowan testifying that on another occasion, Amber sent him a text, Johnny beat me up pretty good last night, end of quote.
Again,
Not in this instance. She can rely on it. She testified.
Overruled.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. I didn't need to argue that hard, I guess. Do you recall that?
Again, I don't recall the testimony, but I do remember that being an exhibit. I've seen it.
Do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that not only did he believe Amber in her reporting of the abuse by Depp, but that she had no ulterior motive?
I actually don't recall that. I'm not saying that it didn't occur.
Okay. Do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that he believed the relationship was toxic and he was concerned for Amber's physical well-being?
I do recall him saying that he believed the relationship was toxic.
And you don't recall
I do
Dr.
not.
Cowan saying that he was concerned for Amber's physical well-being?
I don't remember those exact words.
Do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying in that deposition that you were present for, referring to Mr. Depp, quote, his controlling nature, jealousy and suspiciousness, addiction to drugs and alcohol, and violent and indulgent temper? Do you recall him using those terms to describe Mr. Depp?
I remember thinking that would be an inappropriate impression for a treating provider of a different person to give, but I do recall him making that statement.
Do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that if he pushed her, she was going to push him back? And I never had the impression that she was the provocateur, but that she was indicating to me she had a hard time, de-escalating these types of situations.
Yes.
Okay. And do you also recall him saying that she didn't say she pushed him, she just said, I got right back up. She told me that he pushed her down and she got right back up.
I remember him saying that Ms. Heard told him that, yes.
And do you recall him testifying, you could interpret it that way? I kind of interpret it more, metaphorically, that when somebody comes at her, she goes back at them, in a similar way, whether it's verbally or she protects herself. Do you recall that?
I recall something along those lines, but it was a 6 or 7 hour deposition, so the specifics are not fresh in my mind.
Do you recall Dr. Cowan specifically testifying that he believed Amber Heard when she reported the physical abuse by Mr. Depp?
I recall him saying that and following it up with a statement that you have to take the patient at their word when you're the therapist.
You recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall him saying that he believed her? That he found her believable?
Yes, that he found her believable.
Okay. Now, you also testified about Amy Banks. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And before we go there, Dr. Cowan has been a clinical psychologist for 40 years, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, he testified to that, didn't he, in the deposition?
I don't recall.
And he also saw Amber Heard for over 2 years, correct?
Yes.
From 2014, approximately August 2014 to 2016, correct?
Yes, he did.
For a period of time, would you agree? Okay. And he also testified that he did not diagnose Amber with borderline personality disorder. Do you recall that testimony?
He also testified that he doesn't use diagnoses, but yes, I do recall that.
And do you recall that it was those words were in his notes, but he said he had written that down, but then he discounted it and determined that that was not correct for her?
All right, you want to approach?
All right, now let's jump to Amy Banks. Dr. Banks is a psychiatrist, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, she went to medical school at Georgetown, and she did her psychiatric training at Harvard Medical School, correct?
I believe that's correct. I don't recall 100%.
All right, and she was a psychiatrist in Massachusetts that Amber Heard had reached out to
Yes.
after the Australia incident to try to help her relationship with Mr. Depp, correct? Let me back up. You attended Dr. Banks' deposition as well, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And Dr. Banks testified to that, correct?
I don't remember if she testified to that. I don't have the notes right in front of me or the deposition transcript.
All right. Do you recall Dr. Banks testifying that she understood that Amber was in a relationship with Johnny Depp that had gotten violent and out of control?
I don't recall specifically, no.
Do you recall Amy Banks testifying that they had physical altercations and his drug use had escalated and Amber felt she was at risk?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Amy Banks testifying that Amber was reporting the violence by Mr. Depp and it was not consensual?
I recall Dr. Banks stating that Ms. Heard was reporting violence to her, yes. I do not recall a statement about consent.
Do you recall Dr. Banks testifying that there was discussion about Mr. Depp cutting off his finger, and she said only that it was a middle of one of these very kind of out-of-control escalated fights, and that did make a fairly big impact on me?
I remember something like that.
All right. And do you recall Dr. Banks saying it was a whole other level? As I remember, it told to me he actually cut off a part of his finger during one of these altercations, meaning to me, the way I digested that, if you will, was that things had gotten particularly out of control.
I do not recall that exact statement. I'm not saying it didn't occur, I just can't recall it.
All right. And you recall that Mr. Depp was in sessions with Ms. Heard with Dr. Banks, correct?
Yes. My understanding, however, is that they met with Dr. Banks and then it was primarily Ms. Heard meeting with Dr. Banks for treatment after prescriptions and therapy.
All right. And do you recall Dr. Banks saying that she was not surprised that Amber was seeking a restraining order because of the violence that she knew existed in the relationship?
I do recall that, and it would be impossible to know that violence exists as a treating therapist or as a psychologist. Again, we're not investigators. However, I do recall that she said that because I remember having that thought.
And do you recall Amy, and she's a psychiatrist, right?
Psychiatrist.
Okay. And do you recall Amy Banks saying that it was clear to her that Mr. Depp was the one who initiated the violence?
I don't recall that.
All right. Do you recall that Dr. Banks said that she knew for certain that Mr. Depp was the one who had committed the violence because Ms. Heard reported it in the presence of Mr. Depp and he did not contradict?
I do not recall that.
Okay. And do you recall that Dr. Banks ultimately concluded that it was her belief that Amber was a victim of domestic violence at the hands of Mr. Depp?
Here, you want to approach this?
And what was your answer to that last one? I'm sorry.
I think I can't recall, but I also can't recall that last question.
Do you recall that Dr. Banks concluded that Amber was a victim of domestic violence at the hands of Mr. Depp?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Now, You also reviewed the records of Laurel Anderson, and you reviewed her deposition, is that correct?
Let me refresh my memory for a moment. I reviewed Dr. Anderson's deposition, yes.
Okay, and do you recall that she reported that Amber Heard had reported physical violence by Mr. Depp to her?
I recall that she said that Ms. Heard had reported that, yes.
Okay, and do you recall that she said that it changed over time?
I don't recall that specifically.
Okay, and do you recall Dr. Anderson saying that she had witnessed her face being bruised after the December 15, 2015 incident?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall that, okay. And do you recall that Dr. Anderson said that Amber had reported that he had pulled out her hair, bruised her face, kicked her leg, and hit her in the head?
Yes, Ms. Heard did report that to her according to her testimony.
Okay. And do you recall that Amber Heard said that Mr. Depp was scaring her?
I don't recall that specifically.
Okay. And do you recall that Dr. Anderson said she believed that Amber Heard was a victim of domestic abuse at the hands of Mr. Depp?
I recall, no, I don't recall that statement.
All right, let's go to Bonnie Jacobs. You said that you reviewed the notes from Bonnie Jacobs, correct?
Yes.
And what you testified to was that you discounted these because the first notes from Bonnie Jacobs indicated that she already had all of these symptoms, correct?
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. I discounted.
Tell me why you discounted Bonnie Jacobs' notes.
I did not discount Bonnie Jacobs' notes.
You said that Bonnie Jacobs, in her notes, had already determined that these symptoms were present for Amber Heard before the relationship with Mr. Depp, did you not?
What I recall saying was that within Dr. Jacobs' notes, she's documented instances in which Ms. Heard reported to her over the course of therapy that she was experiencing nightmares, recurrent nightmares, in fact, about childhood abuse.
Okay. Now, the very first entry on Bonnie Jacobs' notes, and these are the notes, right? Do you recognize these?
I do, and we
Okay.
received more sort of at the tail end just a couple months ago.
All right, so the first of Bonnie Jacobs' notes is on 10/17/2011. Do you recall that?
I don't recall the exact date. I don't have anything in front of me.
And Amber Heard was already in the relationship with Johnny Depp at this point, was she not?
I believe she was, yes.
Okay. And in Bonnie Jacobs' notes, she documents
However, go ahead.
She documents multiple occasions that Amber Heard reports to her physical violence upon her by Mr. Depp, does she not?
There are several notes that indicate that Ms. Heard has reported violence by Mr. Depp, yes.
Many, correct?
I wouldn't qualify it as many. I'm not sure what you mean by many.
How many would you say?
I don't know. I don't have the notes in front of me.
Okay, well, what do you recall in deciding to make your opinions in this case?
Well, I'm confused about the dates because I know that Dr. Jacobs treated Ms. Heard even while she was in her prior relationship, leaving her prior relationship with her last wife.
Dr. Curry, I'm not going to ask you to try to bring in extraneous things. I'm asking you what you recall of these notes.
But the dates would have been different based on that alone.
Okay.
And I recall that there was quite a bit of information because these were copious notes spanning back in time from her relationship with Tasha.
So Dr. Curry, please answer my question. How many occasions do you recall
I don't know.
Dr. Jacobs documenting Amber reporting physical abuse?
I don't know.
Now, you also said that you listened to audio tapes in this case, correct?
Yes.
Did you hear Mr. Depp admitting to headbutting Ms. Heard?
That is not what I heard.
You didn't hear that?
I heard a conversation about headbutting. I did not hear him, as you said, admit to headbutting Ms. Heard.
Okay, that's your characterization of it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see the videotape of Mr. Depp in the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. Did Ms. Heard imagine that or create that, or was she responsible for that somehow?
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. What, if any, impact did that have on your opinions watching Mr. Depp in that video?
I'm not sure it was one of many pieces of the exhibits and other collateral data that I considered. I'm not sure what the direct impact was or if that could be measured.
All right. Now, counsel asked you whether you had conducted any type of examination on Mr. Depp, and I believe your answer was no, correct?
No.
You did not review any medical records or psychological records from Mr. Depp either, did you?
I reviewed all of the records that were available.
Do you recall reviewing medical and psychological records on Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Do you recall Dr. Blaustein referring to Mr. Depp having rage?
No, I actually recall him referring to Ms. Heard in that note.
Your testimony is that Dr. Blaustein was referring to Amber Heard as having rage?
I transcribed several of the notes, and I may be missing a time when I said that about Mr. Depp. The handwriting was very difficult to transcribe, but there was one instance in which I recall transcribing him stating that Mr. Depp reported that Ms. Heard had rage.
Dr. Blaustein's deposition was taken, was it not?
I don't recall.
Do you recall, so I take it then you don't recall him testifying that Mr. Depp told him he had rage and demons?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Dr. Blaustein testifying that Mr. Depp looked at his wife Amber like his mother or his sister that he didn't like?
I haven't seen his deposition. I don't recall that.
Okay. Now, did you see and do you know whether Mr. Depp has ever been diagnosed with any personality disorders?
That's not relevant to my task to conduct an evaluation of Ms. Heard. So I do not know that he has had one. It was not in the records that he did.
All right. So one way or the other, you don't know whether Mr. Depp suffers from any personality disorders.
That's not my task.
Okay. Let me go to IPV perpetrators. Would you agree that accusations of infidelity can be considered one of the characteristics of a personality perpetrator of IPV?
It can be a characteristic of a lot of things. It is something that can be weaponized if somebody is trying to or is having rage toward their partner.
Let's go to page 270. Line 3, my question was, are accusations of infidelity considered one of the characteristics of a perpetrator, a personality perpetrator of IPV?
The objection.
The question is vague and ultimately ambiguous.
I don't understand the objection.
I'll overrule the objection.
Okay. And your answer under oath
Can
at
you
that time?
remind me of the page? I thought
Page 270, line 3
Oh.
was where my question was.
Okay.
And your answer is at line 8. You said it can be, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And interrogating your partner about unfounded accusations of infidelity can be abusive. Would you agree?
It can be if they're unfounded, yes.
Okay. And psychological consequences for a victim of IPV can include diminished self-esteem, correct?
Yes.
Depressed mood,
Yes.
anxiety,
Yes.
fearfulness,
Certainly.
diminished self-agency,
Yes.
feeling powerless,
Yes.
loss of sleep.
Yes.
And IPV is a traumatic stressor. Would you agree?
It is.
All right. And IPV is capable of resulting in PTSD, is it not?
It is.
Okay. And IPV is capable of resulting in other trauma-based disorders, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Amber's medical examination, she was cooperative, correct?
Her yes, she was cooperative and polite.
And in the 2 full days of examination, you felt she was polite and answered all your questions, except in one instance where she furrowed her brow when you were asking about friendships in high school, correct?
That's not correct.
All right, let's go to page 275. So we start on 274 with the, was she polite? You said yes. Was she cooperative? Yes. Did she answer your questions? For the most part, yes. This is, now we're on page 275, lines 4 and 5. And then my question was, did she at any time become combative or unfriendly with you or angry? And your answer was, there was one instance in which she appeared annoyed and the posturing forward a bit, more assertive tone, furrowed brow, when I was questioning something, following up on data that had been inconsistent about friendships in high school. Other than that, she was very polite. Is that your answer at that time?
That was my answer at that time, and it's inconsistent with the question you had just asked me.
And would you agree that appearing for this examination with an expert who had been retained by Mr. Depp more than a year earlier might be a little stressful?
Yes.
And in fact, not only had you been retained by Mr. Depp, but what had been communicated by Mr. Depp's team was that you had called Amber Heard a liar and a perpetrator of abuse, correct?
First of all, I'd like to clarify that I was not retained by Mr. Depp. I was retained by Mr. Depp's counsel. And what I can say that, yes, any examinee in a forensic context, you would consider that they're probably stressed.
All right, would you agree that all perpetrators of IPV have anger management issues?
Yes.
And a large portion of IPV perpetrators have substance abuse issues?
It's one of many factors that correlates with intimate partner violence, but there are certainly many people who perpetuate intimate partner violence who do not have substance abuse issues.
All right, let's go to 131, line 17.
$131, you said?
Yes, line 12 is what I have here. And I'm talking about, you said, and just to give context, remember I was asking you what percentage of people you treat that are perpetrators, and you'd said 5%. Do you recall that, just for substance?
I see that here.
Okay, and then I said, of the 5% that are IPV perpetrators that you've treated over the last 8 years, how many of these perpetrators have substance abuse issues? And your answer was?
I see that I answered with a figure of speech, a large portion.
Okay, thank you. And it's common for the perpetrator to essentially gaslight the victim, accuse them of being the perpetrator. Would you agree?
Are you in a different area, or are you asking me a separate question?
I'm asking you a question.
Oh.
And it's common.
Sorry, can you please repeat it?
Yes. And it's common for the perpetrator to essentially gaslight the victim, accuse them of being the perpetrator. Would you agree? That's exactly how it was asked in the deposition. So
I understand. It is a compound question. I'll sustain the objection.
And it's common for the perpetrator to essentially gaslight. I don't think that's, Your Honor, I think it's just one question. Let me try it. To gaslight the victim, isn't it?
That's a characteristic of psychological abuse, yes.
Okay, and it's common then for them to accuse them of being the perpetrator, the victim.
That's a characteristic of abuse from women perpetrated against men. It's actually very, very common. About 90% of male victims of IPV have reported that a female partner who abuses them makes threats to report their partner as an abuser. It's less common for men to make that statement to female partners just because there's less potential consequence.
Isn't it true, though, that some form of gaslighting is often present in these personality-based IPV scenarios?
Yes.
Okay. And it's distressing for the victim to be accused, is it not?
Absolutely.
It causes them a lot of fear,
Certainly.
and it causes them a lot of distress.
Absolutely, yes.
And in fact, they feel falsely accused, correct?
Yes.
And they feel paranoid,
Yes.
and they feel frightened,
Yes.
afraid that everyone's going to believe the perpetrator, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, they're afraid they're going to lose their security, correct?
Can you clarify what you mean by security?
I'll ask the next one. And they're afraid they're going to lose their reputation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's talk about the testing for a moment. You talked about the MMPI-2, but that's not the most recent MMPI, is it?
No, it's the most researched.
Okay. Now, you need to have an elevated, on the MMPI, there was only one section that had elevated scores, correct?
No, that's not correct.
It was the K section, correct?
That's not correct.
Okay. And was there any elevated score over 65 on the MMPI?
I would need to take a look at it. If, you know, I provided a 25-page interpretation outline. If you're able to pull that up, I'd be happy to go over any of the individual scores for you.
Can you recall any clinical scales for the MMPI-2 for Amber Heard that were above 65 as you sit there today?
Again, there are multiple scales on this test, 25 pages worth listed. So if you can pull it up, then I can review and give you a confident answer.
What can you recall as you sit there?
I'm hesitant to do that because I don't want to make an error by ignoring hundreds of scale scores.
And would you agree that you can't make a pathological determination or diagnosis if the scales are not elevated on the MMPI-2?
I would not agree with that.
Okay. Now, one of the answers that Amber gave is that it's hard for her to feel safe, correct?
Are you talking about the MMPI-2?
Yes.
Again, I don't recall. There are 567 items on that. I would need to see her results.
Well, it's a common trauma symptom, isn't it, to not feel safe?
Sure.
And safety concerns are common among women who have been victimized, correct?
Women and men, yes.
Okay, and common especially for sexually victimized people. Would you agree?
Any type of victimization, yes.
Okay, and hard to trust. That's a common after effect of interpersonal violence-related trauma, correct?
Sure.
And memory difficulties. Amber said she felt she had holes. Do you recall that?
I do. And her account was different than typical memory difficulties with trauma.
It is common for individuals who have experienced trauma.
And it's actually
to
not
have-
common. No, it's a symptom, but it's the least common.
In fact, a DSM-5 diagnosis for PTSD includes a, quote, inability to remember an important aspect of the traumatic event, end of quote. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. And memory difficulties are a symptom of PTSD, correct?
Certain types of memory difficulties, yes.
Okay. Now, do you recall when Amber says the first incident of abuse took place?
I believe it was, the first incident in which yes. So she stated that it was early on in their relationship.
Okay. Do you recall it
I don't recall the exact date off the top of my head.
Do you recall it being a tattoo, something related to a tattoo?
I do.
Okay. Now, if someone had been subjected to a 4-year relationship characterized by repeated IPV, they can have symptoms, correct?
Yes.
Intense anxiety,
Yes, certainly.
depressed or irritable states,
Actually, it's not so much states. When you're looking at a real trauma reaction, it's pretty persistent. It's less of these transient states.
intimate problems,
Yes.
relationship difficulties.
Yes.
And these are symptoms you're also attributing to the personality disorder, correct?
Yes, there are some key differences.
Okay. Now let's talk for a moment specifically about a couple of the profiles on the MMPI. This is not an exaggerated profile for her, is it?
No, actually, that was something unique. When she completed objective broadband measures, where the questions, you don't know what the questions are getting at, they seem completely random, she raised scores that indicated that she was trying to minimize any mental issues and appear completely free of pathology. When she took tests that asked questions that were specific to trauma, that's when you'd see these extreme exaggerations.
All right, let's go to page 337. My question on line 7, this is not an exaggerated profile, is it, for her? And your answer under oath at that time was no, it is not an exaggerated profile. Do you see that?
Yes, we're
That's what
talking
you
about the
testified-
MMPI here.
You
Yes.
testified under oath at that time, correct?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Now, the profile is also not consistent with malingering, correct?
The MMPI-2 profile, it's specific to how she approached this test, and you're correct. For this test, it was a defensive profile, not an exaggerated profile.
So my question on line 10 was, this is not a profile consistent with malingering, correct? And your answer under oath at that time was correct. On this test, it is not consistent with malingering, period, right?
Yes.
That was your full answer. Okay. Now, is it your testimony under oath today that you have not been asked to testify concerning Ms. Heard's behavior in the context of her relationship with Mr. Depp, including any abuse?
That's correct.
Okay. And you have not made any determinations, including any of opinions that Ms. Heard abused Mr. Depp or Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct. That's outside of the scope of psychology.
Okay. And you cannot testify whether Amber Heard suffered any emotional distress as a result of any of the defamatory comments that she has alleged Mr. Waldman made through Mr. Depp made through Mr. Waldman, correct?
What I can testify is that there was no indication of a decline in psychological functioning showing any injury since she's been with Mr. Depp.
You cannot testify one way or the other on that, correct? Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Dr. Curry,
Yes.
in your report, nowhere in your report did you provide any opinion of whether Ms. Heard suffered emotional distress as a result of the defamatory statements. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, redirect.
Dr. Kerr, you were just asked a question about malingering
Yes.
and made reference to the MMPI-2. Is there another test that you did to make a determination with respect to malingering?
Yes. So I also, well, malingering is a term that most psychologists, we try to be careful of it because it indicates an intent for secondary gain. I prefer feigning, which you had brought up earlier, because it indicates that somebody is intentionally exaggerating, but I don't know necessarily why. So I think that's a more accurate term in general. On the MMPI-2, yes, there was no exaggerated profile. I also gave her the CAPS-5. I don't know if you'll remember, but that is the clinician-administered PTSD scale consistent with the DSM-5. And on that, there were signs of gross exaggeration. I also looked at the test results that were provided by Dr. Hughes, and on an objective test of trauma, there is a scale specific to intentional exaggeration on that test, and Ms. Heard was in the 98th percentile, meaning that she had engaged in extreme levels of exaggeration.
Thank you. You were asked about intimacy problems, relationship difficulties associated with IPV, and you then said that there were some key differences.
Yes.
What are those?
So what you see when we're talking about the personality disorders is there is a very consistent pattern of the aggression, the violence, the irritability. First of all, it's escalated. But second of all, it occurs when there is either, for the borderline component, a threat of abandonment, a perceived slight, feeling like the person is about to leave you, about to walk away to get some space from an argument. It also occurs to a more mild extent, but when there's a loss of attention and a need to manipulate to try to get that attention back. But it's not, when somebody has PTSD, that irritability is sort of at a low, constant level, or it's completely random. For instance, you might have a Vietnam vet who went straight to bars for a period to get into fights with the hope that he would kill somebody and just self-destruct. So it's a very different type of presentation. IPV, it might be more irritability, but that's actually less of a symptom for female IPV victims. Usually what you'll see is somatic symptoms, the depression, a lot of fearfulness and anxiety, but typically more complaints about somatic symptoms.
Okay. You testified that some of the professionals involved in this case had to take their patient at her word. What did you mean by that?
So when you're providing therapy, you're in a very different role than an examiner. When you're the forensic examiner, you're just really looking at data to make a decision. When you're a therapist, you're an advocate for your client's well-being. And in fact, it's considered extremely unethical for a treating provider to ever provide opinion testimony like I'm providing, because it's so well known in our field that you're going to have an automatic bias for your client. It's almost a sense of protection, advocacy, wanting their best, which is why we also know that it's very inappropriate to convey any sort of opinion about whether a crime occurred, whether abuse occurred. We can certainly believe our clients, we can support them in their therapy and take them at their word, but when giving opinions and consultations, we have to be very, very cautious and really only provide the facts. We would state things in terms of, my client did report this, I saw this, here was our treatment plan, here was the diagnosis. We're taught, we're trained to stay away from making any sort of opinions, understanding that most of the time, and most of Ms. Heard's providers were just treating Ms. Heard. They had never so much as done an initial interview with Mr. Depp and gotten his whole life story or his symptoms or his side of any of it. And they're going to be advocating, and the treatment relationship is about helping your client achieve well-being, not making formal psychological or psychiatric opinions.
So you're asked a question about a series of doctors. Dr. Cohen, treating physician?
Yes, he was a psychologist.
Yeah. Dr. Banks, treating physician?
Dr. Banks, yes, treating psychiatrist.
Dr. Anderson?
Yes, treating psychologist.
Every one of them had to take Amber Heard at his word, right?
Yes.
Excuse me. Oh, overruled.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Is this witness subject? Yes, sorry. Is this witness subject to recall?
Oh, yeah, for rebuttal.
All right. Since you're subject to recall, Dr. Curry, please do not discuss your testimony with anybody, and please do not watch anything of this trial, okay? All right,
Got
thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
You can stay there for a moment.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our afternoon recess for 15 minutes. Do not do any outside research and don't talk to anybody, okay? All right. Let's go ahead and take our recess till 3:20. Your next witness is by deposition, is that correct? We will get you all set up then. All right, thank you. Oh, okay. We'll come back at 3:20 before the jury comes back out. We'll discuss your exhibits, okay? All right, thank you.
All right.